Welcome everyone to today's virtual City Council meeting. Thank you everyone who attended the work session earlier today. We're going to start off today's meeting with the Big Idea Award. Let's see, Mary.
Actually, Mayor, I'll take care of it. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a moment to introduce this particular item. For those that may have not watched the council meeting before, the city's Big Idea program is to recognize employees for creative and innovative solutions as we continue to provide service to citizens and residents and property owners in our community. And so today's Big Idea is the Play Anywhere program from the Raleigh Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department. And I'm just going to make a couple of quick comments, and I'm going to ask Stephen Bentley with Park, Recreation, and Cultural Resources to comment. This is basically a program that the department identified as a way to try to increase connections with our citizens, with our residents during the impact of closure of COVID. The city provides just a ton of services in a variety of community centers and things, and then when COVID-19 impacted us, those services were then not available to our residents. And so the Play Anywhere initiative was a series of videos that was introduced by the Parks Department, Parks, Recreation, Cultural Resources Department, out into the community. So with that, that's very exciting. I wanted to recognize Stephen Bentley on behalf of a team of people that helped put this great idea, this big idea into place. Mr. Bentley?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Manager and Mayor and Council. The key point from the city manager is that a lot of people were involved in this, and I'm just here on their behalf. We're in the people business and creating great public spaces and public programs. So when the governor's order to stay home was issued, our staff immediately pivoted and said, what can we do to continuously engage our community in healthy and creative activities? And out of that, Play Anywhere was born. We were one of the first to get out there and do it, and we're excited. One of the things we noticed in working with our other assistant directors and with Oscar is what we pulled a lot of data from our counters in our parks and our greenways. Our greenways recorded a lot of their highest peak days, but one of the things we were really missing was how do we connect with our constituents in our community. And we did that through a series of over 100 videos. It ranged from yoga to a 7-day health challenge to sidewalk chalk art like you see in the video on the slide. How do you make a tornado in a bottle? These are fun things we do in Parks and Recreation. The other thing I want to acknowledge that we've got almost 6,000 engagements through social media. In these times, we wanted to make sure that we provided the opportunity for people to smile and laugh. So as a part of the Play Anywhere initiative, we actually created the Raleigh Laugh Line. So daily, we posted a joke, and people could call in and hear it. And on some days, we got over 100 calls. So specifically, I want to highlight a few staff that were integral in delivering this program and this opportunity. There was, Ruffin said, on behalf of the department, there was a lot of facility directors and programmers involved. The champion, though, from our recreation side was Kristen Shea, so I want to thank Kristen. Helping deliver these programs and get them out into the internet was our marketing team from the Raleigh Parks Department, which was Kelly Beach, Kara McLeod, Kelly Wagner-Hagen, Lauren Houston, and Sydney Baldwin. So acknowledging those specific employees, but also the great work of our parks programming staff and our staff that were out there when the stay-at-home order was going on. I just want to thank the council and the manager's office for identifying this big idea.
So just wanted to say thank you to the entire department for their work, and that's the kind of creativity we're really looking for in these environments. I have one other item, unless the mayor or the council have any comments on that topic.
I would just like to say congratulations to the team for their creativity. And the only thing I'm bummed out about is you didn't play the video. So I'll have to go to the website and check it out. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, if I could, I have one other item for recognitions. I would just like to take an opportunity to introduce our new fire chief to the community. So I want to make a couple of comments as he comes forward. Chief Herbert Griffin began his work here on September 8th, this past September 8th, and we're very pleased to have recruited him here from the city of Houston, Texas. So just a couple of points for him, points of information for him. A 24-year career in the fire service in Houston. He's actually an accomplished and technical expert in fire and emergency services with lots of different certifications, but most notably, he received the Chief Fire Officer designation from the Center of Public Safety Excellence earlier this year. And since 2017, he served as Assistant Fire Chief of Operations for the Houston Fire Department, along with lots of other titles that I won't bore you with. But the other thing is, he has also served in the United States Army deployed in northern Iraq during the U.S. Persian Gulf War. Besides all of that technical and very valuable experience, he's also an interested car enthusiast, which I'm not going to take his thunder. He can talk to us about, and we got to hook him up to some car shows out at the fairgrounds. But we are glad to have him here, and we just wanted to ask him to come forward and introduce himself. Chief, any remarks you'd like to make? Welcome to Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, Mayor Baldwin, Council. Glad to be here. Introduce myself. I'm a 24-year veteran of American Fire Service. It's my pleasure to serve you in the community and assist Raleigh. It's my goal to push this organization forward through education and training so we deliver quality customer service. I look forward to working with the constituents and you, Mayor's Office and Council, also to go forward.
Welcome, Chief.
Welcome to Raleigh.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, and I won't say it because we always want to make sure that we support our brethren in all kinds of cities. But given the amount of hurricane activity this particular season, I think he's probably glad to be here. So we hope that nothing happens and all that. But we're glad you're here, Chief.
All personally, one-on-one after this COVID pandemic is over. Thank you.
Great. All right. Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. I can't wait to meet our new chief in person. So thanks for being here. Okay. Now we have the consent agenda. No one pulled any items, so could I have a motion to approve?
Move for approval of consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Counselor Stewart? Okay, all in favor? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Next, we have the public comment period. Before we begin, I just want to remind everybody that we encourage and expect civility and be kind. You have 3 minutes. We're going to be starting with Dwayne Teague.
Mayor, he is not on the call at this time.
Okay. Next, we have Martha Brock.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the chance to address you again. I'm new at this, so I hope you will excuse my unprofessionalism in speaking. But I wanted to say today, I asked to speak about transportation. And the reason is, I don't know if other people talk about it or not. I know I'm in the Raleigh Neighborhood College right now, and we're going to be talking about it. But I wanted to get this done. I'm going to be doing a project connected with transportation for that college. And I want to do something to help my fellow people that have disabilities, because I know there's a mayor's committee and that they work on these issues, but I have found that accessible Raleigh transportation is really kind of weird to work with. I did their assessment. Now, I had a doctor with degrees out the wahoo who said I had a disability and needed the services, but then they send me out Pool Road to the operation center, and all I did was walk around the courtyard for 5 minutes, and they said that, oh, the disability I was claiming wasn't real. Now, I just don't think that makes any sense. I mean, they took the advice of an employee who saw me for at most 20 minutes and only, like I said, walked me around the courtyard over my doctor, who I've been seeing for years and works for Duke. Anyway, I just question whether the process is really as good as it should be. I really value having services from the city because I can't own a car. First of all, I can't afford a car and the insurance and the upkeep. But secondly, my eyes are bad, like a lot of old folks. I don't see well, particularly after dark. And so I would be a danger to the community out there with a car. So having transit and accessible Raleigh transit, it makes a big difference in my life. And I thank the city for that. But I wish I would look into this, the eligibility process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Can we have the city manager, can we please look into this? And, Mayor Pro Tem, I see you with your hand.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we can have David Eatman or someone from Go Raleigh follow up with her and figure out, what happened, first of all, when she went there, and then work with her to address her concerns.
And I'd also like to know what the procedure is.
Certainly, we can follow up with the citizen and happy to provide you a report.
Okay, and thank you then. Okay, next we have Richard Johnson.
Raleigh is fortunate to have lovely natural wonders. We sometimes designate special study areas for such national wonders, especially if they are environmentally significant. Because we live in a hilly terrain, we must always be cognizant of the impact of development on environmentally sensitive areas. Impacts such as impaired water quality, stormwater, and flooding. Any normal council would be eager to protect these natural resources. But this is not a normal council. This is an anti-environmental council, the same council that recently voted to destroy the land around Shelley Lake, the same council that wouldn't take a strong stand against the Umstead Quarry, the same council whose members, Nicole Stewart and David Knight, proudly proclaim themselves as professional environmentalists, but do nothing to prove it. Now imagine there's another rezoning case that involves an environmentally sensitive area that is also considered a national treasure. What do you think the chances are that this council would do the right thing? Let's complicate things further by imagining that the applicant in this case is one of the largest producers of crushed stone, sand, and gravel in the U.S. It's then not difficult to imagine that large construction companies like the mayor's employer, Barnhill Contracting, would be huge customers of a supplier like that. Given the obvious conflict of interest, I'm sure a majority of Raleigh residents would agree that Mayor Baldwin should recuse herself from voting today on Z4719. In the past, she's shown herself to be tone deaf about her obvious conflict of interest, but this is too blatant to ignore.
Next, we have Sean Pollins. Can we reset the timer, please? Thank you.
Hi, I've spoken a couple of times now trying to get some resolution to some First Amendment issues, and I'd like to thank Councilmember Buffkin for unblocking people on social media. Thanks, Patrick. And Mayor Baldwin, you're the only person on council that I know still blocks anyone on social media. So once you unblock people on your Twitter, I can stop talking about this. So I would appreciate that if you could do that soon. I know it stinks having trolls come onto your page and say bad things about you, but it's part of the job. Just ignore them and they'll go away. Or, take care of their issue in my case, I guess, if you feel like I'm a troll. But in regards to my other issue of concern, my dog Roxy actually died last Friday. And I wanted to talk to you about the curfews that you imposed, where you twice during this pandemic have made it difficult for me to take my dog outside. First, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this, so forgive me, but she started losing her back legs, and we decided, since we were home, that we could keep taking care of her. But we didn't have a backyard. Our backyard is plants. We didn't prepare for a curfew. My front yard slants. Well, the backyard slants too, but the front yard slants and it's very narrow. So we had to walk across a street, which, as I understand, as an attorney in 2 states, it was illegal for me to do that. And I'm not concerned about me. I'm white. I'm an attorney. I invite the police to arrest me for something as stupid as a dog walk because I know I'll have my day in court. But other people aren't so lucky. And I used to live in Los Angeles, downtown on 5th and Broadway, above a Rite Aid, right where they used to do all this police, riot gear, all this stuff during Occupy LA. I was there for all of that. It was right outside my window. And I had trouble. Thankfully, I had an alleyway out back, but, my dog's bathroom was the street. And for some people in downtown, that is also the case. So I would hope that we could work with the city attorney in the future and just consider some carve-outs. There's got to be exceptions to these things when they come upon us in emergency time. So I'd appreciate consideration on that. And, I know everybody else gets responses and attention. I don't care if you say anything now. I just hope that at some point you'll reach out and say something that, this won't happen again, or how we can make it better. We can work together on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm very sorry for the loss of your pet. Our dogs, our pets, cats mean a lot to us. They're our family. So I'm sorry to hear that. City Attorney, could we look at this issue and see how other communities handle this? And can we get a report back, please?
Yes, I will say that the way that we, or the city people who are answering questions with respect to the curfew, I was not being interpreted in a way that people could not take their dogs out as they needed to take their dogs out. I think it was more of an interpretation, don't, go on a long walk just for the sake of walking the dog. But if you don't have a yard, then it is not a violation of the curfew for you to take your dog out to go to the bathroom or do whatever else that dog needs to do. So even though that might have been this individual's interpretation, I don't think that has been our interpretation. And to the extent we need to make that clearer, we can, but it was never intended to prohibit that activity.
Okay, could we provide clarity on that then? I'm praying we don't have to call for another curfew. But in case, let's provide clarity on that issue so there's no confusion, okay?
Yes, I think it may be in the FAQs, but if it's not already, we'll make sure it gets there the next time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Angela Salamanca. Angela?
Yes, can you hear me there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I have never spoken on a city council meeting, so this is a first for me. So I want to say thank you for the opportunity. There's 2 things that I wanted to bring up. I've been fighting with the city since we first moved into our building in 2006. Not really fighting, but sort of like wondering and asking, why is our sidewalk so messed up? And in the 12 years that we've been there, the sidewalk has never had any maintenance. So I wanted to hike out requesting for our sidewalk to get maintenance, even if it's just to get, all the bricks that are off, some of the trees that are there, maintenance, just like so we can have a flat, uniform sidewalk that actually can serve some purpose besides just being a liability, because it is. We've seen lots of people fall because it's uneven. So I wanted to find out, what else do I need to do? Or is this public request enough? I would like some information about that. And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about is, I don't know if this is ever brought up to city council, but I wanted to see if there's any chance that small business owners could get a business parking pass. It has always been my experience since I've been downtown as a business owner that if I don't have a park, I no longer have, because I had to give it up because of the cost of it since we've been closed. That I, have to stop everything that I'm doing so I can pay the meter. And, the city's been saying that they want to help business owners. So I think maybe this is a possibility, an idea that we could give business owners a parking pass so we can park on the street in front of our business without getting ticket after ticket after ticket. That would be helpful. I don't know if there's other parking tickets, but I know these would help me, and I know this would help other small business owners. So if city council could, think about it, and maybe extend a helping hand to us that way. I know it might seem like a small thing, but I think it would be helpful. And that's all I got. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Angela. City Manager, could we have somebody look into the sidewalk issue? I have been to Angela's restaurant before, and it is, it could be, there could be some liability issues there. So if we could look at that, I would appreciate it. And so staff will follow up with her. I would thank you. The other question I have relates to parking in small businesses. Do we currently have a program that helps small business owners with, I think particularly in the hospitality industry, with parking? Can you address that?
Yes, Mayor. We currently have what's called a downtown evening employee parking program. So this allows employees, and it mostly impacts the hospitality industry because of the hours. It's a $20 a month option that allows them to park from 3 p.m. to 6 a.m. 7 days a week. And that was put in place when the council went forward and approved the recommendation to begin charging that $5 after 5 charge at night to try to capture some of the great high level of activity in order to keep our parking decks better maintained and clean. So that program exists today for employees, downtown employees, again, from 3 p.m. to 6 a.m. Now, it would be worth noting at the moment that's not as beneficial because we've suspended the $5 after 5 program in lieu of the COVID situation, which at some point we would put back in place once we get past that. But given the availability in our parking decks right now, that $5 after 5 program is temporarily suspended. There are not any other special programs that we currently offer, but I would want the council to note that given the impacts associated with our parking program, that given our temporary suspension of the meters and the lower level of activity, we're probably down about 50% year over year in our parking fund overall. We've lost maybe 14% or so, 14, 15% or so of our monthly accounts. So the monthly accounts in our decks remain pretty steady, but I think there is some uncertainty there. And just again, for you to note, those decks do carry some debt, which we are currently able to provide, but that's maybe a little bit of a financial background to that too. So we do have a program for employees at $20 a month that we currently offer to help try to mitigate some of those impacts.
Could we look at potentially initiating a program for small business owners? I mean, we all know the current state of downtown, and we do want to ensure that our small businesses are still around in 6 months. So if this is something that we can do, can you look at this and bring this issue back to us?
Mayor, we certainly could do that. What I would say is that would require some feedback and guidance from the council about which groups you wish to select. And so the original intent of the hospitality program was to try to assist employees that were coming in for those later night types of downtown activities. There are lots of different businesses in the downtown. If you wanted to try to carve a group out, I think there's two things you have to think about. One is, what is the financial impact? And the second is, who gets to participate? And my guess is you would have a lot of folks interested in participating, and where do you draw the line would be let's just say a delicate policy decision. So we could work, yes, we can write a report and bring that back and put it on a future agenda. I would just simply caution the council about who you pick may generate some energy.
Could we look at hospitality and retail, small business as defined by 50 employees or under, which is what we did for the small business grant program?
Mayor, we could certainly bring something back to you along those lines if that is the will of the council.
Councilor Melton?
Yeah, I'd just like to suggest that I think for in residential areas, I think what Ms. Salamanca is talking about is her storefront is on a city street. And so I know that if you live in a neighborhood, sometimes you can get a permit to where you can park on your street in your neighborhood outside of sort of the 2-hour parking limit time frame. I'm not saying that situation would be entirely applicable to businesses and in our downtown core. But I think the framework for something probably already exists maybe in our residential permitting programs. And so maybe we could see a way also to borrow some good practices from there. And that may also eliminate some of this, who is it applying to? Because it may be if you own a storefront or rent a storefront, and that may be the situation we're looking at in particular as well.
Well,
Madam Mayor, can we just send this to my transportation committee to review it, and then we'll come back with something?
Yes. Councilor Cox?
Okay, sorry. So a couple things that come to my mind is what would be the impact on patrons being able to come in and park conveniently? So if you reserve spots for one business, is it going to hurt another business? And then maybe as part of sending this to transportation, we could engage Downtown Raleigh Alliance and get their input as well.
We also have empty parking decks, so that's more along the lines of what I was thinking, not having business owners park in front of their businesses. So, Mayor Pro Tem, if you'll take this in your committee, we'll ask staff to prepare some options and also look at the cost implications of doing so. Okay? All right, thank you. Next we have Kenneth Haywood.
Kenneth is actually on for a special item later, only if needed.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie Lorman.
During a council meeting after the George Floyd uprisings resulted in community outrage over the near constant tear gassing of protesters by RPD, Mr. Hall assured the public that tear gas was not a line item in the RPD budget. What Mr. Hall did not say was that RPD will not purchase nor use tear gas on protesters in the future. The easiest way to deceive the public is to use specificity to tell a lie while missing the point entirely. I'd love to know which RPD policy covers putting people in jail on the word of confidential informants, but doesn't actually check that the drugs are drugs first. Or maybe the better question is which officer traded the real drugs for fake drugs. How are y'all allowing arrest, jail time, and bail to be paid for fake drugs? And Detective Abdullah was Police Employee of the Year. When this is an example of a best employee, don't you question what's happening with the rest? These last few months, this council has had an opportunity to correct its history of willful ignorance of the difference in how public is defined for white and black residents. This council, as individual members or as a unit, has had the opportunity to be curious enough to peek at the public Facebook post of the Raleigh Police Protective Union, to read the hateful and dog whistle bigotry of Raleigh police officers. You've had the opportunity to read RPPA 391's tweets, where you would have seen them retweet Andy No, a person who has worked with literal Nazis to publish kill lists of journalists and activists who identify, as we all should, as anti-fascist. You've had the opportunity, for years, to review the stop and search traffic data, which so clearly demonstrates that black skin continues to be a disgustingly overused motivator for traffic stop searches. When the so-called crime of not wearing a seatbelt results in black drivers being 335% more likely to be searched than white drivers, that's white supremacy. Most recently, RPD arrested legal observers a few weeks ago, and y'all condoned that with your silence. It's ridiculous. The chief will present the summary of 21CP's report, and maybe the report will be released to the public in its entirety. I hope to be disappointed by my expectations of the content, but I doubt it. I expect the report will tell the public that RPD followed its policy. After all, policies are written to protect institutions, and especially in the case of policing, those policies are written to protect institutional racism. I expect that a private consultant company comprised of former law enforcement folks will excuse our cops of just about anything, short of kneeling on someone's neck until they die. I expect that the council will continue to focus on things like dancing for John Kane instead of doing what is in your power to positively change the material conditions of Raleigh's poor. I expect that you will continue to ignore and silence the voices of impacted community. I expect that you will continue to do exactly nothing useful because y'all have demonstrated that you don't have the political will or moral fortitude to use your power in ways that are meaningful outside of your individual and collective perspectives. Those are my expectations. I really wish I would be disappointed by what I expect.
Thank you, Ms. Lorman. Next, we have Michael Lindsay.
Hello, are there, I have a presentation. Is that going to be visible to me?
Beth?
There we go.
Yes, it's coming up now.
Great. So are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Hi, Mayor Baldwin and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I want to talk about Mr. Fern's community engagement presentation to City Council last Tuesday. My focus will be on accountability and transparency. As my chart indicates, we are now into the fourth month of Mickey Fern's $72,000 10-month contract. How do we citizens know what progress has been made, and how can we be sure our money is being well spent? Next slide, please. Here's something from Mickey's presentation that gives some of us hope. He has met with a variety of people and groups who play a significant role in Raleigh's public life. While the mix is good to know, what is missing are the details. I know of several meetings with Mr. Fern only because I attended them. One was with the with the RCAC leadership. The other was with a community organization called Livable Raleigh. I can happily tell you that Mickey spent well over 2 hours with us. That is something worth knowing, just like it would be good to know and have a public record of all of Mr. Fern's meetings. Since last Tuesday, I've talked with Ulysses Lane, the Southeast CAC president, Donna Bailey, the Hillsborough Wade CAC president, and Christina Jones, the RCAC president. All three have met with Mr. Fern. Christina gave Mickey contact information for all the CACs and knows he has met with the Midtown CAC and the Maury-Key CAC, but isn't sure about any others. Shouldn't the city have a web page devoted to community engagement that regularly updates Mickey Fern's progress in meetings? Also, that page should have a link to the website that Mr. Fern's daughter is working on. Having information easily available to the public will help build trust in this city council. Next slide, please. Thank you. As you can see at the top, trust is something we heard loud and clear during Mr. Fern's presentation. In fact, there were many things he said that got our attention but didn't show up in his slides. I call your attention to the green bubble in the middle. Mickey talked about a 2004 citizen involvement report and said it was a masterpiece. It wasn't in his slides, but do you recall him talking about it? And do you know about the report? Next slide, please. Please take a look at the report's 7 recommendations for strengthening citizen engagement in Raleigh.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
Michael,
Yes?
Your time is up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But what I was going to say is, let me see, Beth, could you share the presentation with us so we have that available, we can look at it?
Sure.
And then, Michael, if you, we can follow up or have staff look at this. So we'll make a determination after completing the review. Okay?
Yeah, that's great. I can email you guys the documentation I have.
Okay, that would be terrific. Thank you. And if there's a recommendation in there, please let us know what it is, okay?
There is. It's on the last slide.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. And next we have Mary Delberg.
Hi, yes, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to speak about my deep misgivings about the affordable bond, why I will actually be actively campaigning against that. You have, as a city, have decided to put together a committee to make these recommendations, of which I don't know if there's anyone who's ever been homeless on that committee. I don't know if there's anyone who's ever lived in public housing on that committee. I do know that you have 3 communications PR firms represented. One is a part-time resident of Raleigh. That was really interesting. You have at least 4 lawyer firms. You have real estate and property people. You've got 2 representatives from DHIC. You know, one old mayor. I don't understand why you decided to just kind of make this up on your own, not listen to anything that the city of Durham recommended, and not understand that there's a campaign zero. There are ways that homelessness is solvable. None of these ideas that you all have agreed and accepted as being, yeah, let's go with this, are new. You're throwing more money at the same ideas, and you're not going to get different results. So I'm going to campaign against that strongly. And the other question I have is why the minutes for these meetings that the bond committee held are not available to the public. I think that we should be able to see the meeting minutes and understand how they came to these recommendations. So if you could please direct somebody to have a link to those minutes available to me, I'd appreciate it very much. Is that a possibility?
I believe that the minutes are, I know they are available. We've all seen them. So I will ask that staff make sure that they are included on the website. I know that there are details on the website about the affordable housing bond. So we will follow up on that. Thank you. Okay, that is it. Clerk, do you have any written comments or anything that you need to share with us?
One written comment that has been forwarded to all council members.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the report of the Planning Commission.
Here we go. Great.
Ken, before you start, I have confirmation that the meeting minutes are indeed on our website, where the affordable housing information is. I mean, the affordable housing bond information is.
Great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So currently you have 4 items scheduled for the public hearing on October 6th, annexation, street closure, and 2 zoning cases. We have 4 items reported out from Planning Commission with recommended date of October 6th. And just to give you the option, I'm going to go through these one by one. The first is rezoning Z1520. This is at 601 and 605 Carolina Avenue. That's a request to zone almost 2.5 acres from R6 to R10, both with R10 conditional use, both with the special residential parking overlay district. Planning Commission voted to recommend approval on a split vote of 9-2, and the signed conditions have been received in time to schedule a public hearing.
Okay.
If you would like, I could continue through the other items.
Yep, if you would, please.
Okay, thanks. Next one is 3421 Olympia Drive. This is located off of South Wilmington and Tryon Road, aligns alongside proposed southern BRT corridor. So a little under 5 acres, zoned to be proposed to be rezoned from CX3 parking limited to CX5 urban limited with conditions. Request is deemed consistent with the land use plan and the comprehensive plan overall. Planning Commission recommend approval on a 9-0 vote. 1100 St. Albans Drive is request to rezone around 3.4 acres from CX3 to OX20 urban limited conditional use. Consistent with the future land use map, urban form, and 2030 comprehensive plan. Planning Commission has recommended approval. This was heard by the Midtown CAC, which recommended approval at the time of on a vote of 48-4. And then the last item is TC 620, neighborhood transition requirements and senior housing. This is the text change that was authorized by council earlier this year. It would align the neighborhood transition requirements for multifamily buildings across districts, as well as align the congregate care and continuing retirement community land use classifications with state and federal requirements. Planning Commission has reviewed this text change and recommends approval 9.
Okay.
And that concludes the Planning Commission report.
Okay, thank you. So first off, I am going to consult with the city attorney on this. For Z4819 St. Albans Drive, my employer was hired in November to work on this project. And while they don't have a contract, and while they have not been paid any money related to this project, I'm not comfortable voting on this just for the appearance of any conflict. Robin, can you elaborate on that, if you would?
Yes, Mayor. Under the council rules of ethics, just because a council member is an employee of an entity that comes before the council or may benefit from council action doesn't mean that there's necessarily a conflict. What the process is that, as you've just done, the council member employee should disclose to the entire council what the interest is. And then at that time, you can request the council to excuse you from voting on that matter. So I think that that's what you're asking to do. And so if someone else could make a motion to excuse, if appropriate, and agree to excuse the mayor from participating in this zoning case, good. Going forward, you would be recused from any voting on this matter.
Okay. Mr. Branch, could you?
Yeah, I move to recuse the mayor from rezoning Z 4819.
And seconded. So if you could note that. I'm going to sign off while you take this vote, and I will come back on. Why don't you schedule the other matters for public hearing as well? Okay. Thank you.
Patrick.
Can we get a vote from?
Yeah. So first of all, there's been a motion and a second to recuse the mayor from rezoning Z 4819. Any questions? All those in favor show by raising your hand. Those opposed have the same right. Madam Clerk, that was unanimous. So the mayor is now recused from Z 4819 going forward. At this time, we have the, are there any questions about any of the rezonings? They are looking for October 6th. Councilman Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Overall, the process with Z 4819 has been a good one, and it's taken a little longer than it probably needed to, but it has brought some good results and benefits for the neighbors. However, we have been wrestling with a rather technical transit-related issue, and I'm in conversations with the applicant about an additional condition that would be added to this case. And for that reason, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to defer a decision on setting the public hearing to our next meeting, that's October 6th, and ask that this item be carried over as a special item for that date.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll defer setting the public hearing for Z 4819 until our next meeting. Okay, so I see no, Councilman Fort. Okay, I see no objections. We have 3 other items, Councilor Fort.
Yes, I wanted to speak on the other 2 that are in District D. First, rezoning Z 2520. I've had a number of conversations with folks in the community. They're overall supportive of that. So I don't have any objection for setting the public hearing for October 6th on that matter. As relates to rezoning Z 1520, I've had a number of conversations with folks in the community about that particular project. I'm not opposed to having the public hearing on October the 6th as relates to this particular matter, but I'd imagine that we'd have some comment on the fact that the Planning Commission had 2 votes in opposition for that matter.
Okay, if there's no objections, I will entertain a motion to set the public hearing for these 3 items. Councilman Milton? Is that up?
Yeah, so moved.
All right, it's been moved and it's properly seconded by Councilor Stewart to set the zoning for the public hearing for Z 1520, Z 2520, and text change TC 620. Any questions? All in favor by raising your hand. Those opposed have the same right. Motion carries. Councilor Buffkin, were you for or against I didn't see your hand.
It's affirmative.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, it was unanimous. So the public hearing for those 3 remaining items will be set. Madam Mayor, I see you're back and we're at special items.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So the first item is City Council racial equity training. City Manager, are you taking that?
Dr. Caesar is coming to the podium, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of council and to the mayor. I had the pleasure of leading the process to select an equity contractor. And so this is going to satisfy items 1 and 2 on the agenda. So it's the contractor and also the racial equity training for staff. On July 7th, Council requested that Office of Equity and Inclusion manage the selection process to provide Council with racial equity training. Additionally, on September 1st, Council requested that staff identify the cost and details for city leadership to attend the REI groundwater. We began the process with identifying key topics. Topics that would be essential for understanding equity without just giving definitions, but providing in-depth history. And following that, we met with procurement to create the RFI, which was released on August 13th and closed on the 26th. The next step was to convene a review panel of City of Raleigh equity team members to review all the proposals that came in, and then the finalist interviews happened this past week. So the key topics that were identified were the history of race in America, and specifically in Raleigh. Raleigh has a unique history, and we don't find a lot of that in traditional trainings on race and equity. So that was one of the topics that we wanted to specifically point to. We also wanted to have some research-based data on structural racism, providing relevant examples to support the definitions that we see when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Another topic was understanding privilege and how privilege occurs at a variety of different levels for different people, and then using listening as a culturally responsive skill. And then finally, using an anti-racism framework to move the city forward in terms of decision making. When reviewing the proposals, the focus was on local contractors. Again, we really wanted to emphasize the unique history of Raleigh. And then contractors with experience working with municipalities or government. The past experience of the contractors needed to include root causes, so not just addressing some of the surface issues or the things that we see in the media, but what's underneath that and what causes the structural racism that we see today. And then we also wanted to consider racial and ethnic diversity as well as gender diversity for whoever we selected. There were a total of 8 proposals that were received by the deadline. And we made 2 selections. There were 2 proposals that were neck and neck, and they were very similar in scope, but had very different styles of presenting information. So I'll go through the 2 of those. The first being Dr. Blair Kelly. She's the founder and CEO of Amplify History. She's the Assistant Dean for Interdisciplinary Studies and International Programs for the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at North Carolina State University. She has 20-plus years facilitating discussions on race in America and is a trained historian. Dr. Kelly is an award-winning author and has several publications. And her full curriculum vitae is listed in board docs. The second selection was Dr. Deborah Stroman with Stroman Athletic and Asset Management, LLC. She is an entrepreneur and professor at the Keenan Flagler Business School at UNC Chapel Hill. She's a national advanced trainer, the Racial Equity Institute out of Greensboro, and chairperson emeritus of the Orange County Human Relations Commission. Dr. Stroman has worked with several municipalities nationally. So taking the key topics and putting them together into a schedule, we've created 2 options. The first option being 3 days, and then the second option being a day and a half. So we'll go through what both options look like. The first day is the historical research about the American experience and the history of race for 4 hours. Dr. Kelly will be facilitating that session. The second would be the data on systemic racism, and then the third would be Dr. Deb Stroman doing equity, implicit bias, understanding privilege. So option one is really 3 days for 4 hours each. The second option is having a day and a half, where you have day one, which is 8 hours, covering all of the topics of days 1 and 2, and then the second day will be 4 hours, covering the third day. So the third day is essentially the same. The combination of days 1 and 2 allows you to have a shorter amount of time that you spend on the training. Both contractors have agreed to do the presentations and the training virtually. And I did let them know that this would be something that we would live stream to the public. Switching gears, I'm jumping over to the Racial Equity Institute City Training. So this training is virtual, examining the nature and impact of structural racism and what it looks like across institutions. So there's a variety of options that you can take with REI, but the simplest one, considering that things need to be virtual right now, is the groundwater basics. So that's a 3-hour training, and the cost is $5,000 for 100 people. So half-day presentation. In terms of cost, Council originally allocated $17,000 for the cost of the racial equity contractor, but we came in under budget at $12,000 for the contractors, and then we've got the REI training for staff at $5,000. So next steps are, one, Council can select the options, dates, and times for training, and then schedule staff trainings through REI.
Thank you, Dr. Caesar, for this work. I think there is consensus amongst the council for the 4-hour trainings over 3 days, and with a preference for Saturdays. If anyone has concerns about that, let me know right now. Okay. Councillor Cox?
I'm good with the 4 hours each day. It doesn't matter to me if it's Saturdays or not.
Okay, thank you. Well, to provide staff with some direction then, we would like to look at the 3 4-hour sessions with a preference for Saturday. Okay. And thank you for finding a way to do that using the full budget, but getting more bang for our buck. So thank you. Okay, next we have the equitable development around transit report and next steps. We have Jason Harden.
Mayor and Council, Jason Harden with Planning and Development. So I have some slides to go through while they're coming up. This is the culmination of this process, which has involved significant public input and is aimed at creating a foundation for realizing the benefits of our city and county's investment in transit. And particularly thinking about how the city can grow more around transit than it has in the past when it's typically grown around driving. And also how we can make sure that this investment is shared equitably, which specifically means thinking about housing affordability along these corridors, and affordability at all income levels is something that we heard throughout the process was absolutely critical to achieve. And so we have a set of recommendations that are contained in the overall report, which was published earlier this summer. And we also have some specific action items that can be taken today to further this conversation. One would be referring this to the comprehensive plan amendments to the Planning Commission for their review. Another would be scheduling a work session if council desires, and that could be on any of these elements, but particularly the recommendation is to focus on the equity tools that are recommended coming out of the report, And then lastly, authorizing a text change for the zoning overlay that would achieve some of these walkability and affordability goals. So you have the slides up, so I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, and I'll highlight again those points at which there are some specific actions that can be taken today. So you can boil this report, these findings, down into three key groupings. The idea of growing green around transit, simply allowing more people to live and work near bus rapid transit, reducing accordingly carbon emissions. Housing for all income levels, the idea that it's critical to ensure, as I mentioned, that residents at all levels, including very low income levels, are able to take advantage of this transit investment. And pedestrians rule, creating truly safe, comfortable places for people walking. Every transit trip begins and ends with a walking trip. And of course, these are places where we want to ensure that there are very high levels of walkability. So the bigger context, the city has traditionally grown around driving, as we know, and as those commutes have grown longer, demand for those few walkable places around transit that did get created is rising. And we didn't make a lot of those as a city, and there's now very high levels of competition to be in those places, and that's one of the fundamental issues that this plan seeks to work through. And that's not going to change because people are continuing to move to Raleigh for the opportunities, working and educational opportunities, and just simply the environment, the diverse and welcoming environment that Raleigh offers. So looking at several 100,000 more people in Wake County and Raleigh by 2040, the choice is pretty clear. We're going to grow, and it's how do we do it? More around driving or more around transit? So we explored that question, those trade-offs and those critical needs, affordability and walkability, with the community during this conversation. Several phases of public input, talked with bus riders critically, where they were on the bus at Grove Raleigh Station, lots of events that were formally part of the plan process, and lots of events where we tried to be where this conversation was already happening. Because clearly there are a lot of people talking about issues of affordability and displacement, and that's something that we wanted to be there to listen, regardless of where that was happening. And we walked through trade-offs. This was an example of an event last fall where literally people put blocks on a map based on where they felt it made the most sense to accommodate more places to live and places to work, either on the edges of the region or in places that are more walkable and served by bus rapid transit. Every single group selected the option that allowed more people to live and work near transit. And so these are just a few, kind of a snapshot of the numbers that we heard coming out of this process. A huge number of people, and this was clear on almost every question we asked. It was a very clear consensus on all these questions. Wanted to ensure affordability near BRT. We worked through trade-offs. People would support taller buildings if that meant the ability to provide more affordable housing, and allowing a broader range of housing types in areas within walking distance of BRT that currently don't have those housing types that allow more affordable options. We ask, is it important, this is a trade-off question, to tackle carbon emissions directly and other air quality issues by thinking about planning around transit? So even if that meant more density and more change around stations, is that a good trade-off to achieve those environmental outcomes? Overwhelming percentage said yes. And then finally, other than housing, what was the biggest equity issue around these stations? And it boiled down to safe, walkable streets. The fundamental question was, to what extent in the future should the city grow around transit? And we worked through three scenarios, and overwhelmingly you'll see that the biggest grow around transit scenario was the one selected by the vast majority of participants. And that's what shaped these recommendations. So the comprehensive plan has a page called the Growth Framework Map, which looks at where future growth should occur, the key question of this study. And it specifies that of the growth that the map designates for centers and corridors, a significant portion of that, half, ought to take place along downtown and these bus rapid transit corridors to take advantage of that investment. And so that translates then into some specific height guidance for each of these stations along the corridors. And this is a map that would become part of the comprehensive plan that specifies different types of stations. There's different contexts along these corridors. There are downtown stations where height could be up, as we allow in downtown, up to 40 stories. Larger urban centers, so think about the stations just outside of 440 on New Bern Avenue or at Western. And they're up to 12 stories or up to 20 stories in those larger urban centers. Neighborhood centers, you have a little bit of a neighborhood context, a smaller existing mixed-use area, lower scale buildings nearby. So still accommodating some additional places to live and work there, but respecting that scale up to 7 stories there and transitioning down to those lower scale areas nearby. And then finally, campus and park areas where much of that is going to be determined by the needs of that institution, WakeMed, Shaw, NC State, or a park area where Dix Park, where not much new development, if any, would occur. So what the request here is to refer these amendments to the Planning Commission for their a more detailed review, which comes back to council probably early next year. And there would be guidance from a map and some additional policy guidance that would state that the map should shape, in the event of a rezoning, building heights in these areas. And there's multiple other policies that get at these questions of walkability and growing more around transit. And I'll return to that recommendation at the conclusion in a few more slides to summarize. So in July, Council talked about the zoning overlay district and the fact that the current version doesn't achieve some of these goals that I just talked about, walkability and affordability. It's not currently mapped, and it takes a very light touch. So the recommendations from the Equitable Development Plan are to much more directly address those issues: affordability, employment, pedestrian safety, providing a height bonus for projects that include affordable housing units. And that's something I anticipate there would be additional discussion about that in the course of that text change process, and we would want to have that discussion to ensure that the bonus would work and deliver what we're hoping to achieve with it. The other significant element of that overlay change would be looking at residential areas near, again, within walking distance of the stations, but a little bit beyond those mixed-use cores, and allowing, as the survey indicated, people supported, allowing those additional housing types, which can allow more people to live in these areas and in more affordable ways. That would be another part of that text change. And so the second action the council could take today would be to authorize that text change, which refers it again to the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation back to council. So last few slides I have talk about the equity goals and equity tools. And the key goal here is to avoid displacement and to make sure that people of all incomes can take advantage of this transit investment, which connects people to jobs and opportunities. It's critical, especially for lower income residents. That means preserving existing affordable housing where it exists, adding new housing and new affordable housing and other supportive land uses where people can get the basic needs of everyday life met, grocery stores and so on. And of course, allowing job opportunities along these corridors that are served by transit as well. The more jobs that we can include in reach of transit, the higher the levels of opportunity for residents who rely on transit to get around. Pedestrian safety is a huge part of this, and the report uses some very strong language about that, the idea of guaranteeing pedestrian safety. And that's the idea that it's within our grasp. It simply has to do with the will to create environments that prioritize pedestrians and not necessarily vehicle speed. So there's some new policies, I mentioned that would go to the Planning Commission, that very directly set policy for prioritizing transit riders and pedestrians when it comes to those inevitable trade-offs when designing our city streets. New tools when it comes to financing some of these equity goals. One would be what the plan calls the equity fund, which is simply providing community benefits by taking some percentage of the new development that will occur downtown and along these corridors and devoting it back to the affordability and other equity goals of the plan. This is the numbers you see at the bottom are simply an example after several years of how much potentially that could generate. That's an estimate, and that would be something that we could take a deeper dive into in a work session if that's council's desire, but it could be substantial and would grow as additional development continues to occur along those corridors. And programs, examples of programs that the plan recommends either creating or expanding would be obviously acquiring land to more directly provide affordability along these corridors, homeowner rehab assistance with other homeownership costs, priority in these affordable units for residents who have been or might be displaced in the future by rising rents. building youth skills and local workers opportunities to work on some of these larger projects. Legal assistance for tenants, anti-predatory purchase program to make sure that anyone entering into a real estate transaction understands the full value of their property, and the city programs that can help them stay in it if they choose to. Also ensuring that small businesses can be retained and thrive along these corridors, and monitoring all of these kinds of actions to make sure that the tools that we're using are up to the job and doing what we hope that they do. So this is the summary I have of action items, and I'm starting with medium-term action items. These are something that will likely come before council in the coming few, in the next year or two. So one would be doing specific station area planning along each of these stations on the corridors, beginning with New Bern next year. And that's where it's a more fine-grained parcel-by-parcel look at ideal land uses and where to apply some of these zoning overlay and other zoning changes. And again, also the idea that as that planning is taking place, beginning to apply zoning changes to make sure that the goals that the plan sets for housing and affordability can be met. And these are the immediate action items that I mentioned already. So one, incorporating the recommendations into the comprehensive plan. So that is an action that council can take today, likely come back to council early next year. Also authorizing the zoning tools, that would be the changes to the TOD overlay district that I outlined. A discussion that staff thinks would be helpful would be to look at more specifically those equity tools and financing tools at a work session. And then a little bit more medium term, applying that TOD overlay once it is revised. Acquiring property, that's a pretty high priority, potentially with the results of a housing bond or other sources. And then building staff capacity in future budget cycles. There will likely be some positions that will go towards implementing some of these recommendations. Of course, staff is happy if the desire is to take any of these ideas or recommendations into a work session to have that conversation. So that's what I have, and happy to take questions.
Could we, okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Branch.
Yes, first of all, thank you for the presentation and the information. I think it echoes comments that have come from the community as well as council as far as how we can work with residents, make them safer, more walkable, keeping people in their homes, and making sure that people are not handling predatory buyers and development from that standpoint. I would like to we have part of the TOD. Actually, the TOD is actually still in committee. And there's some things that we were waiting for this study in order to refer it out. At the same time, I know the importance of moving things forward. And I would like to recommend at the appropriate time, because there may be other counselors with questions, that we move forward with referring the integration of the equitable development around transit to Planning Commission, so they can start doing that work, as well as authorizing adopting zoning tools to set the stage for station area planning. I think those two are very important that we move forward. The other three, I think once we recommend out, hopefully at our next meeting for transit at the end of the month, we can probably tie these three with that recommendation, then as a council decide what work sessions and what other follow-ups we would like to make. But I wanted to make those comments.
So specifically, you have made a motion to refer the comprehensive plan amendments to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation, but not authorizing the text change to the TOD.
Right, because there may be some things, I know there's some items that we talked about in the transit committee that's part of the TOD that we wanted to see, so I wanted to bring the two together. It's at the end of the month. I think at our next meeting, we could possibly start that text change process.
Okay, the timing on this is really critical. So if you can look at this at that next meeting, I think that would be really important so we can move that forward.
Yep, it's already on the agenda. First item.
All right. So could Mr. Buffkin, I'll get to you right in a second. Let me just get clarity on what the motion is. So it's for the comprehensive amendments. And then the second item you said?
Right. The other one is to adopt the zoning tools and set the stage for station area planning.
Okay, so that's a motion. Counselor Buffkin, can you, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm ready to second the motion. I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Branch's comments, and you make an excellent point as well. Time's of the essence. We got lots of work to do here. So I'm speaking in support of the motion. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you. And I'll look forward to hearing back from the committee on what you come up with. Great. Okay, next we have rezoning Z5319, 5512 and 5514 Thornton Road.
I'm Walter with Raleigh Planning and Development. You closed the public hearing for this rezoning request at your last meeting. Since that time, the applicant has offered an additional condition to prohibit a street connection but provide a bike pedestrian connection, and that was largely in response to conversation at the table during the last meeting. You have a couple of options in front of you today. You could approve the case as offered now with this condition. If you do that, I would recommend that you include language to the effect that the condition as offered still provides for safe, efficient, and convenient vehicular and pedestrian access within developments and between adjacent developments and will not adversely affect traffic congestion. That's if you want to accept the condition as offered that came in following the previous meeting. If you want to take action without that condition, you could do that also. The condition was offered, but you don't have to accept it. And so it does not have to be part of the case if you don't want to approve the condition as offered. Of course, you can deny the case if you would like, regardless of the connection issue. And you still have time if you would like to defer action to allow further revision to the conditions. So those are your options. Happy to answer questions about those. How can I be helpful?
Okay, let me see. First off, anyone, council, like to make a comment? I have Councilor Cox first, and then Councilor Branch. And then
Yes, I spoke with staff this past week, and they presented some options. And one option was to accept the condition, but to ensure that we have dedicated easement for utilities. And I was wondering, do we have to have if we were to go with that, would we have to have any additional language change to the condition?
That's a great question. I'm not sure who you were speaking with from staff. I'm going to look to folks in the room with me who might be familiar with this question.
You're muted.
Jason Myers from Transportation is here and could speak.
Yes, I'm Jason Myers with the Department of Transportation for the city. I'm not familiar with that exact question, though. I think that the way the condition is currently worded, it would exempt from block perimeter standards of dedicating a right-of-way and building a street and instead make a pedestrian connection, and that condition doesn't currently say anything about a requirement for utility easement. So I believe that would need to be added to the condition to have certainty for that.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Branch?
Yeah, I remember the email with those options as well, and I'm in agreement with option 3, that is pedestrian, but we add the utilities within the right-of-way instead of having to do an easement, as far as going forward. So with that addition, I would definitely support moving this forward.
For the case then to allow them to revise further?
Yes. Yes, could we move this forward to allow them to revise further to dedicate that necessary easement for utility.
Sure. So if we defer the case, if you defer the case to the first meeting in October, that would give the applicant time to further revise.
Okay. Any response? Is the applicant available or?
I'm not sure. I know the applicant had a little bit of trouble signing up on this item. I'm not sure if Adam Ashbaugh is on the phone. Beth Stagner may be able to advise.
Adam is not on the phone.
Okay. Then certainly he can revise the conditions before the next meeting. And so I don't know about the rest of council, but I would be in agreement with Mr. Branch that to accept the condition with this added language to provide for the utility.
Councilor Buffkin?
Well, so I had trouble following that. It sounds like we're going to defer a decision today.
That's my recommendation.
Okay. Well, that's all fine. And, you know, Mr. Branch identified option 3 as being acceptable to him. I think it's the least bad of the options, but I've commented at the previous meeting, and I'll reserve some time for comment at the next meeting. But I don't see a justification for an exemption from our interconnected street policy with this case. I think approving that what's really an exemption to our policy with this provides no certainty that road will ever get built, and it's going to make all the problems that the neighbors are complaining about even worse. More traffic through the neighborhood streets. They got to go further distance, probably going to drive faster to do it, put more pressure on the main roads, which is already a problem. Probably going to increase the number of accidents and crashes on Wildwood, which, you know, we saw in that memo is a real problem. But, you know, I think a bigger issue with this is, you know, if we grant an exemption here, how are we going to justify not granting an exemption in every case that it's asked for? And if we do that, we've lost our policy for interconnected streets. You know, so I'll have more to say when this comes back at our next meeting, but I support the case as originally presented with that street connection because I think our policies for interconnected street network are important.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Buffkin. I have a question of staff. So the choice when we go back, if we defer this and some changes are made in the conditions, the choices are what? What can we vote on at that point in time? I don't want to have to defer this again and again. We need to make a decision. So what could we vote on at that point in time?
That you could vote on, my understanding is that you could vote on the version of the case that was advertised for public hearing or the version that's offered at your next meeting.
Okay, which was the one that talked about connecting the streets.
Yes, ma'am. The public hearing version included a condition that specified the connection, but also limited the length of the new street and indicated an offset of the intersection with the existing stub so that you didn't have a long straight stretch that might compel people to go faster than the posted speed. So that initial public hearing offering that was advertised included a type of traffic calming in the condition that was offered. And then your other choice would be to act on whatever is offered and in front of you at the October 6th meeting, if the applicant chooses to revise further from what's in front of you today. And of course, that's something that they would have to choose to do voluntarily.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have to take a vote on deferring this? Looking to the city attorney? Okay. Could I have a motion to defer? Councilor Branch has made that motion. Do I have a second? Councilor Cox has seconded. All in favor to defer? Okay, that is unanimous, clerk. Okay, next we have Z820, 510 Carolina Avenue.
Before we move on from Z5319, I just want to note that the 30-day clock for revisions started when you closed the hearing September 1st. And so when you see this case on October 10th, no further revision would be possible. You'd need to either act on what's in front of you on the 6th or what was advertised at the public hearing. So Z820 on Carolina Avenue, that public hearing also was opened September 1st and closed at the same time and brought back today for action. At that time, you asked for additional information about stormwater in the neighborhood at large, not just the particular site of the rezoning. Stormwater staff has provided additional material in the backup that's there for you, and also Ben Brown from Stormwater staff is here to answer questions you might have about what was included in your backup.
Okay, do we have any questions? Okay. Is the attorney, Kenneth Haywood was on the line earlier. Is he still on the line?
Yes, Mayor, he is.
Right. I have a question related to this. So is Mr. Haywood there?
Mayor, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just have a question regarding the housing that is planned for this area. Townhomes, if I'm correct, right?
I'm sorry, you are fading in and out. Would you mind repeating the question?
What housing is planned for this
Sure.
area?
Sure. The proposed development for this site and the reason for the request for the rezoning are townhouses. And so right now we would be looking under an R10 zoning of 8 units, which would essentially be 8 townhouses, 2 bedrooms each.
And does the developer have any idea what the price range is of this townhouse, and or if they're meant is rental?
The developer has not done a market analysis yet to determine what the total cost of construction is going to be, to then be able to look to see what the cost would be in terms of rental or other efforts. And so I understand the question, and that's information that once they go through the site planning process and see what's going to be required, they will certainly take a look at. But we recognize that this is, as we talked before, 300 feet from a BRT route, which you just saw on the presentation, and we're aware of that in terms of the fact that this site both connects both to Cary as well to downtown Raleigh and to other points.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have a question of Mr. Haywood? Okay. I said at the last meeting exactly this. This is located on a BRT corridor. We've said this is the kind of housing that we want to see, more denser development. And we've also said that, we need to address issues of housing stock and housing choice. So this aligns with everything that we've been talking about since we started running for office. So I'm going to ask if anybody would like to make a motion on this. Councilor Melton?
Yeah, I feel comfortable making a motion if there's no more discussion. I would also just like to point out that I'm sensitive to the concerns that were raised about the stormwater issue, and I appreciate Councilor Fort sort of pausing the discussion, holding it till this meeting. I've read the staff memo that's included the agenda backup material, and staff is saying that the proposed rezoning case is not expected to contribute in a negative way to stormwater issues in this vicinity if existing UDO stormwater regulations are met, as will be confirmed during review of the proposed development plans. I'm comfortable moving this forward. So at this time, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 1st, 2020, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? Councillor Buffkin, is that a second or a question?
That's a second. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like Councillor Stewart does this, so I know it's a second. So we have, clerk, we have a motion and a second. Councillor Cox?
Yes, I would like to hear from Councillor Fort if she has thoughts regarding this. It's in her district.
I have a lot of thoughts. I've had thoughts for a couple of days. And Madam Mayor, I do understand everything that you stated in your comments. I understand the importance of having additional, housing near BRT line. Certainly can appreciate the housing shortage in Raleigh and the efforts to, create more livable, spaces. And certainly can appreciate the investments made by the property owner and, the work that's gone into the project so far and the importance of, developers getting a return on their investment. So, all of those things I absolutely can appreciate. But the other side of it is that I've also seen quite a few videos and had a number of conversations with, folks in that community. And there are a number of projects in this particular area that have, been challenging from the standpoint of the community. One project was denied last fall based on stormwater concerns. There's a project that's going to public hearing on October the 6th, where you did have 2 dissenting opinions from the Planning Commission based on, stormwater concerns and, questions about the capacity of infrastructure to, accommodate these projects in such a small, small area. The neighbors have raised other concerns as relates to, traffic. They've got some concerns. It's going to be student housing and, some of the other issues related to that as well. And so just, taking everything into consideration when you look at that community as a whole, because it is such a small area that's had quite a bit of development around, single family homes. I still have some concerns and some issues. So that's my position on this particular matter.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anything more that we can do to resolve those concerns, or are we going to go right to a vote?
That I don't have the answer to because I know the staff has, worked pretty diligently to come up with reports. And certainly when, they're using, the analytical tools provided to them and, looking at data, certainly the reports will indicate it's not a problem. But the flip side of that is when you've got residents who, regardless of the data, they're sending you videos of what they're experiencing and what they're actually seeing. So, I don't know that there's a solution as it relates to this particular property, but certainly just acknowledging the concerns of the residents in that community.
So will you be supporting this rezoning, or?
Mayor, may I raise a point of order? It's inappropriate for members of council to be speaking without being recognized by the chair. And I know it's a formality, but it's a formality that maintains the order in our meetings.
Thank you. Councillor Cox?
Yes, Councillor Fort, will you be supporting this rezoning then? I'm not clear. This is your district.
Councillor Fort?
No, I'm planning to vote in opposition to it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask anyone in favor to please raise your hand. Opposed. Okay, clerk, that was Councillor Cox and Councillor Fort opposed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I was wondering if Councillor Fort, if we could get together with Stormwater to look at holistically this issue, because from what I'm concerned, and I would take a drive over there again, is that I think that it's an infrastructural issue overall. So
Mayor,
something I want to mention.
I believe Counselor Stewart is going to bring something forward during council and mayor, the report of the council and the mayor.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Human Relations Commission. We have a report from Dr. Caesar.
Good afternoon again. Just waiting for there's the presentation. Okay, so on August 18th, after the Human Relations update, Council requested that we move forward with an application process to fill vacant seats on the Human Relations Commission. Also, from that presentation, there were 3 items to consider. The fact that we were missing the youth representation and that we were lacking representation from the ages of 35 through 50, and then we lack representation from the Asian community. Of the vacancies, we have potentially up to 7 vacancies. 4 commission members have expired terms and they are ineligible for reappointment. And then there are 2 commission members with expired terms, but they are eligible for reappointment. And then we've got a 3rd commissioner who has not met the attendance requirement. At the conclusion of this presentation, our city clerk will provide some options on how council can address these unique situations. So I will move forward with the application process and the data that supports it. In looking at the U.S. Department of Justice Human Relations Guidelines, in addition to our current bylaws and ordinance for the Human Relations Commission, we came out with 6 preferred areas. So hopefully members would have experience and or community, either professional or community experience in any of these areas, which is social justice, social work, public health, civil rights, equity and inclusion, and then policy or law. The application timeline is as follows. We opened up the application on August the 21st, recognizing that we already had 18 applications in queue that had gone through the traditional form on the city website. We closed the application on September the 1st, and then today we're presenting the information for nominations. We had a total of 89 applications, and 70 were eligible. Eligibility requirements were that they were Raleigh residents, they completed the application process to include a resume, and that they selected one of the qualified areas that we just went over. So out of the folks who were deemed eligible, we looked at applications by discipline. And so you can see the largest group were individuals who had experience in multiple areas. And then just out of the specific areas, you had equity and inclusion, policy and law, and then civil rights as being the highest. When you receive your application packet, there's going to be some changes. So after this meeting today, we decided to categorize this in an easier way. I don't think we were initially expecting 89, almost 90 applications. So I've created a master list, and you all will see that following today's council meeting, that will break up all the applications into these chunks in an easy-to-read format. It's also going to list the demographics to the side. Difficult to explain, but when you see it, it will make sense. In terms of applicant age, our largest group was the 31 to 40 population. We had 30 folks apply from that group. And then I want to point out the target group of 16 to 21, we had 7 applications. In terms of race, the largest group of applicants was white with 58%. We had 52 applications. The second group was Black or African American with 21 applications. And then pointing out our target group of Asian, we had 6 applications. %, indicated that they were not Hispanic or Latino. and Hispanic or Latino was 8 applications, or 9%. Sexual identity, we had 64% report female, 36% reported male, and then no one reported other. So the next steps in this process will be the city clerk will review options for filling the vacancies, but I also just want to reiterate that there were some changes to the packet, as I mentioned. You will receive that master spreadsheet with all of the applicants by section, and we've even carved out a youth section so you can look specifically at all the youth that have applied. I'll turn it over to Gail.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. As Dr. Caesar says, we do definitely have 6 vacancies. You have 4 persons whose terms are expiring and they are not eligible for reappointment. You do have 2 additional commission members whose terms have expired but are eligible for reappointment. And the last section is, the last section is the Human Relations Commission took a vote following their bylaws to ask that one of the members be removed because of attendance. So you would need to make a decision. That action has never been confirmed by the City Council, which is a code requirement. So you would need to make a decision if that position is vacant or continues in the nomination process. The thought was that once you decide on that particular position, we will prepare a ballot that has everybody's name on it, broken down, as Dr. Caesar was pointing out, and prepare it and send it to you for the next meeting. And at that time, you can vote for either 6 or 7 positions. Now, I do know that there are some council members, I think, that wanted to make nominations from the table today, which I think is fine, and those would be added to the ballot that you receive at the next meeting. So your first decision, I would think, would be to determine if you wanted to confirm the Human Relations Commission's asking one of the members to rotate off because of lack of attendance and determine if that is a vacant position. Now, that person, if you make that determination, that person could be added back on as a nominee today and would be included on the ballot. So the first decision is to decide whether you want 6 or 7 vacancies, and then start taking any nominations today. And if you approve of that, then we will prepare a ballot for you to consider, and you could vote for 6 or 7 positions as you see fit, and that would be announced at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question, and I see hands raised. Just give me a minute so I can get some clarity on this. The 2 commission members who have expired terms but are eligible for reappointment, have they said that they want to continue to serve?
I have not contacted them, waiting to see how you wanted to move forward on this. If you wanted to nominate them pending their agreeing to be considered, we could add them to the agenda, to the ballot. If they say no, we would just leave their names off, but they are not included in the list because they were not asked to submit applications.
Okay. Councilor Stewart, you had a question. I believe Councilor Melton had his hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same question about the 2 members who are eligible for reappointment. I would like to do what the clerk has suggested in terms of moving them to be on the nomination form for next time, unless they say that they're no longer interested in serving out their next term. Okay. And
Get consensus on that? Is everybody good with that?
No, I think this should be handled separately, like the rest of like if the committee was full and these two are eligible, once we find out if they if they want to be reconsidered, then we would. If they decide they're not, then we can go and fill it. I mean, that's just my 2 cents.
I think that's what Counselor Stewart was recommending. If they don't want to be considered, they won't be put on the ballot.
No, I think I'm agreeing with Counselor Branch. I would like to, if these two members would like to continue, I would like to nominate them to not go through the voting ballot process.
Right.
Rather just have them continue.
Nominate them. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. All right. Counselor Buffkin, you had your hand raised. Did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just briefly going to offer a little, maybe some help. I have been in contact with one of these individuals, and the general feedback I got was, let's see how the new board looks when it's been reinvented and reconfigured, and then take it from there, which would be consistent with, I think, what Council Member Stewart and Branch are suggesting.
Okay. Thank you. Counselor Stewart, that was one item you had. What was additional?
I'd like to go ahead and move to accept HRC's recommendation to, I'm not quite sure how to say it, but let the appointment status of Nura Ellen Taddy expire, or however we want. I want to accept HRC's recommendation.
Do we have a second? Counselor Branch has second. All in favor? Anyone opposed to that? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. So we will then have 5 openings, not 4. So the 5 will be counted.
Unless, if I understand correctly, I need to contact Mary Thompson and Keith Carlson, who are the 2 members who are eligible. And if they wish to be considered, if they wish to continue, then they would be appointed. If not, we add 1 or 2 slots.
Yes. That is correct.
So, okay, I'm with you. I understand. I hope.
Counselor Melton.
Yeah, the reason I had my hand raised was for everything that just happened, but maybe I'm a little confused now, or I want to make sure we're not creating more work for ourselves. Typically, when folks are eligible for reappointment, we just reappoint them and there's no ballot, anything. It sounds like what we should do is go ahead and reappoint them, and then if they decide to not serve anymore, they can offer their resignation. It's a little confusing for one of them to indicate that they might want to serve if they see what the rest of the board looks like, because then we're going to have a situation where we go through an entire balloting process for 5 seats. And then, so I think we just need to put them back on and they can resign if they want to. I don't know. I don't want to have to do this again.
Wait, hold on one second. Counselor Branch.
Yeah, I was going to say, basically what you're suggesting is what we're going to do. The thing is, as we're having this conversation right now, the clerk has not had a conversation with them to determine if they are interested in being reappointed. So once that happens, that's the official method to determine if they want to be reappointed. Once that happens, then we will go do what we normally do with anyone that wishes to be reappointed. We either vote them back, or we decide we don't, and we go from there. So, and the reason why I like that, doing it that way, because it keeps it clean, because I think these are 2 separate issues, and I don't want to combine separate issues.
And then if they don't want to be, if they don't want to continue, they'll appear, that opening will appear on the ballot.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, Counselor Melton.
Yeah, and I don't mean to overcomplicate it, but it sounds like at least one of them has indicated that they cannot make that decision until we fill the 5 seats. And so we can't accept that because that just puts it in limbo.
The clerk is going to check, and they will either want to continue or not want to continue. It's either yes or no. So let's move on. Okay. I have actually a couple of questions. First off, We are going to do a ballot process. Staff will do similar to what they did for the Police Advisory Board and also for the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Commission. I have a question about whether the charter allows us to add any alternates.
It's the ordinance that created it does not indicate that, but if you wanted to add alternates, it's a simple ordinance change that would not require a public hearing. It's your commission. You can change it at any time.
Okay, I would like to add 2 alternates. We have a lot of really good qualified candidates here. So I would like to add 2 alternates, and I'm going to make a motion to do that. And may I have a second? Councilor Stewart, thank you. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. So we are going to add 2 alternates to that.
May I ask if the 2 alternates would have full voting privileges or just serve and vote in case one of the regular members is not there? Or do you want us to make?
I was going to say similar to what we've done with the transit.
Okay, very good. I'll work with the attorney to get that changed.
Okay, City Robin.
Yeah, we'll have to actually write it up in an actual ordinance, so we'll get, we can put it on the consent at the next one, so it's approved as drafted.
Okay, thank you very much. The second item I have is a young man that I spoke with this weekend has submitted a resume. His name is Jakob Lemma. And I believe he has submitted his resume, but because it came in late, I have to nominate him. So I am going to nominate him to appear on the ballot. Do I have a second? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, which category?
Youth member, I think.
He's a youth member, but he also has a lot of experience in civil rights. He's a 12th grade student, senior at Enloe High School. Okay. So I made the motion, Councilor Fort seconded. All in favor? Do we have anyone opposed? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any other issue here that we need to discuss, or do we have clarity?
The only issue I have, and I have clarity, but at the last meeting, Council Member Cox had suggested a nominee, and I don't know whether that person has not submitted an interest form, and I didn't know whether he planned to nominate or thought he had done so.
So I can speak to that.
Okay, Councilor Cox.
I'm going to hold off on that nomination today until I have further conversations with the person. However, I do have another nominee that I would like to put forward.
Could you do that today?
Is that a yes?
We wouldn't, yes, we would need the nomination today so it could be on the ballot for you to vote on next meeting.
Okay. Just let me know when you need to make that nomination.
Right now.
We need it now.
I will nominate Eric Solomon.
Could you spell the last name, please?
Solomon, I believe.
That's correct.
We have his information. Is that correct?
Okay, do we have a second? Councilor Branch has seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous. Thank you. Councilor Stewart, you had your hand raised.
I wonder if we want to, and I'd leave this up to the clerk's office and discretion of council, but do we want to consider rank order voting for our ballot so that we only have to do, in theory, one round of voting instead of multiple rounds of voting if we don't get there the first time?
I was going to suggest we do what we did for both the Police Advisory Board and the Hispanic Board. So we will have multiple rounds based on who comes out on top.
So we will prepare the ballot with all of the names and the categories, and you will vote for either 5 or 7, depending on the results of the 2 who are eligible for reappointment. But we would, plus the 2 alternates, correct. And I don't know if you want to, since you're having 2 alternates, how you decide let me work on that. I'm not sure how you will decide who you're voting for as an alternate and who you're voting for as a regular member, but we will do some type designation on the ballot so you can vote for John Jones as an alternate type thing. So we'll work on that and get it going, and then if we do not have 7 members or 5 members, whichever we have to vote on, that receive 5 or more votes, then we could go to a second ballot. But I understand what Councilmember Stewart is asking. I do not have a suggestion at this point.
If you could do some research.
And figure it out and offer you some suggestions before the meeting, and we'll go from there. With that many applicants, it could be fun, but we'll figure it out.
Well, we had quite a few applicants for the Police Advisory Board and Hispanic Affairs Commission. So this seemed to work really well the last 2 times. We'll continue that process. So.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll look forward to seeing you back.
Okay. And that would conclude this part of the agenda.
Okay.
This item.
Thank you, Dr. Caesar. I am going to recommend, before we get to the police department after action report, that we take a 5-minute break to stretch a little bit and just, you know, we've been sitting a long time. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll be back soon. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the City Council meeting. We are now going to continue the agenda. We'll be hearing from Police Chief Deck Brown with the Raleigh Police Department after action report.
Mayor and Council, if you don't mind, let me kick this one off before we introduce the police chief. I just want to make a few introductory remarks as we start this item. The events of May the 30th and 31st was an unprecedented moment in the city of Raleigh's history, and we all know that. It was a very difficult week for lots of people in our community as well as the Raleigh Police Department. But we are committed to reviewing those events and learning from that experience. That's really an important value construct for all of us. So today, Police Chief Cassandra Deck Brown is going to present the after action report for the events of the week of May the 30th. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you for her leadership and hard work looking at this set of events very, very carefully, very thoughtfully. I also wanted to take a moment to clarify, particularly for perhaps citizens or residents that may be watching, what an after action report really is and what it is not. So as an accredited police department, the Raleigh Police Department conducts a professional and comprehensive review of all major incidents. Now, what makes this one a little bit unusual is obviously the scope and size of the set of events. But we do an after-action report for all major events. This report reviews the facts and the timeline of the event. It evaluates our response and identifies lessons learned based on our current policies. Now, the after-action report does not look at potential policy changes, although it can provide an indication of the things that we need to look at. It doesn't try to examine best practices or do comparisons with other cities. That's going to be in a separate report in that third-party review, which I'll mention in just a second. So again, the after-action report is focused on reviewing the specifics of the events and how we responded under current policies. Now, as council may recall, we've engaged a third-party independent reviewer to examine the police department's policies, look at best practices, benchmark other cities, and make recommendations on how we might improve. We anticipate that report, which is underway right now, sometime in October. So this report, the after action report, feeds into the report from the consulting firm 21CP. We appreciate everyone's patience as we've gone through this very thoughtful and comprehensive review process. I know it takes a little while, but there was a lot of material, as we all know, to review. And in many regards, this is a little bit painful to think back on those series of events. But we think it's really important for us to review that set of circumstances and do everything we can to learn from that experience. And with that, I'll turn it over to Police Chief Cassandra Deck Brown so that she can present the report. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Hall, and greetings to Mayor Baldwin and our council. First of all, thank you for allowing me to come before you today to present the after-action report of the events in response to the George Floyd protest that occurred here in our city. You may recall, and as a refresher, our city manager just reminded all of us that I came before you to announce that we would be completing an after-action review of these events. As one, it is necessary to evaluate not only the events that unfolded during that time between May 30th and June 7th, but it is also important that we assess where our strengths are, as well as look and seek for opportunities to grow and to learn from, and actions that need to be corrected. What was unprecedented to me were the results of these protests, and more so the results of these protests in our city. In the spirit of transparency, it was important to me as Chief of Police to also seek another opportunity to identify ways that allowed for further improvement when addressing issues of civil unrest. To say that 2020 has been unprecedented at this point is really an understatement. Though a large team has been working on this particular presentation, it has been an even heavier lift for our inspections unit and the Office of Professional Standards, which resides in the Chief's office. And they have also initiated an internal and administrative review of all events. So this compilation really does reflect the engagement, the activity that's performed by the various personnel throughout the various divisions within our organization over the course of those days. While the after-action report is more detailed, during this presentation, I really want to take some time to highlight several points that speak specifically to the chronology of the event and the Raleigh Police Department's overall response to the event from the perspective of several divisions to include our strengths, as well as identifying those improvements. On Saturday, May 30th, and continuing through the morning of Monday, June 1st, a series of protests took place in downtown Raleigh that mirrored protests throughout the nation. These protests devolved from peaceful presentations and demonstrations to unlawful gatherings, where in most extreme incidents, protesters destroyed property, engaged in acts of violence, and officers were injured. The subsequent mobilization and response of the Raleigh Police Department's mobile field force was unlike any in Raleigh's history. Following the initial 2 evenings, the protests continued through the week in a more peaceful manner. The Emergency Operations Center remained active for the duration of these protests, and it closed on Sunday, June 7th. Just to start with how the events came to be, a call for action was posted on social media on May 29th, announcing the event. On Saturday, May 30th, 2020, a protest event called a National Day of Action. Justice for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and Lives Cut Short by Raleigh and Durham Police Department was organized by a local group called Raleigh Demands Justice. Protesters gathered later that afternoon, and by 6 p.m., the crowd had grown to about 1,000 people. The event began as a peaceful protest. Various open sources of information alluded to the possibility of civil unrest, to include violence and looting in Raleigh. The Raleigh Intelligence Center personnel believed that it was based on the recent activities that we had basically seen in jurisdictions throughout the nation and throughout the state, as opposed to firsthand information. So at 6:41 p.m., the event took a definitive turn when protesters began rushing into the Sally Port, where a group of deputies from the Wake County Sheriff's Office had gathered to defend their building. Tear gas was deployed by the deputies as the crowd began pelting officers with projectiles, to include water bottles, rocks, and chunks of concrete. This would become a rapidly evolving event from this point on. As you can imagine, any event of this magnitude requires tremendous planning and resources. And many have asked, why the mobile field force attire? Why would we even have it? As a department our size, as a major city, we have to be forward-thinking enough to pay attention to what is occurring around our country, not just recently, but over the years. North Carolina, more specifically, Raleigh, has been experiencing much of what the rest of the country has experienced as well. Growth, crime, increased gun violence, and protests as well. Most of which historically have been very peaceful here in our city. From events like DNC, where we did participate in Charlotte several years ago, and we saw events unfold around the RNC, although we did not participate. So we have to be aware of the protest. The uniforms and the equipment are simply an aspect of preparedness. It is not just the uniform and the equipment, but it's also the training that comes with it, and the training that requires certain certifications. It is in times like this that there is much to be said about patience, perseverance, and self-discipline. This slide here basically speaks to the activities that reflected several events that were intense at times. So I want to take a moment to speak specifically about munitions that were deployed over those 2 days during the riots on May 30th and May 31st. In the executive summary, there is a breakdown of the actual deployment, which includes tear gas, the foam baton, pepper spray, flashbangs, and smoke. The data also shows that there were fewer deployments on the second day. The total cost for tear gas, both launchable and hand-thrown, was $5,908.09. The total cost of the foam baton was $5,026.92. The combined cost of all munitions deployed during the riots was $11,722.57. Several of the photos that you see depict events that occurred throughout the night. And in the after-action report, there's a timeline of events that allows you to see how these activities are unfolding on May 30th from about 8 p.m. onward. There were several things that really did change the dynamics of how we did things as well. Communication took a very different turn also. At that point, we were in full mode of reporting events as they were unfolding and sharing information when we could on the social media platforms as well. On day 2, our community wakes up to see damage and devastation, and not just in downtown, but additional looting, property damage, and arson occurred in the downtown area, North Hills, and Triangle Town Center. On day 2, Sunday, May 31st, Mayor Baldwin and I held a press conference on Fayetteville Street, imploring our community to exercise their First Amendment rights peacefully. From hurt to heart to healing. Day 2 became a day of service as many people throughout the community returned to the downtown area to help others clean up debris, repair property, and board up the windows. From taking a knee to hugs and handshakes amid COVID, we had to find ways to reconnect in the midst of this crisis as well. So by June 1st, we see a different element, an element of peaceful protest during this time. We began to turn the corner from destruction to constructive conversations. We began to engage in activities that are more reflective of who we are, who we all are in our city. And there were times that I too felt the need and the importance to go out and meet people where they were. The question at this point that we have been asked, and I'm sure several of you have as well, is why was everyone not arrested? And simply stating, and there's a list of reasons, but first and foremost, it's not prudent. And in a crisis, you cannot arrest your way out of the crisis. And definitely not one like this. They were over the curfew, and that is true. But they were peaceful. So it's times like this that as the chief, that you have to make a compromise and offer an opportunity for face-to-face communication, which in this case went a long way. But it's also important to know what that looked like when they were not peaceful demonstrations. And as I mentioned early in the presentation, every division within our department responded in some way, depending on their role and their responsibility. And as you can see, there was much work left for our detective division to do in order to identify where our victims were, who they were, the extent of damage that they experienced, as these cases are still unfolding and still under investigation. So as you can see in the presentation screen, at that time there were 153 burglaries, 71 cases involving damage to property, and 6 arsons. We do know that there were a lot of other fires, but these were the ones that actually met the threshold for criminal charges and an investigation for arson. To date, there have been 106 arrests stemming from these events, and there are active warrants pending as I speak for additional arrests in these cases. This slide gives you an overview of some of the charges that individuals received. Weapons violations, and I'll talk a little more about that a little later. Speeding to elude, felony riots, resist, delay, and obstruct, impeding the flow of traffic, disorderly conduct, damage to property, curfew violations, communicating threats, carrying concealed weapons, assault on government officials, looting, burglary, felony trespass. We are currently working with our prosecutors on both the federal level as well as the county level to ensure that these cases are handled properly. There were incidental costs that came with this as well, to include obviously salary, which consisted of both comp time, overtime. We too had vehicles that were damaged, as well as other supplies, which really includes more of the logistical pieces, food, hydration, those things. It's important to note that where you see the regular time, the $533,000, this is basically funds that would have been expended anyway. However, on those days, these would have been individuals who, let's say, as an example, it could have been a detective who normally would have been assigned to work cases, come to work in business attire, and go through their day-to-day routine. They reported to work on their duty days. However, they were a part of handling the issues that we were facing during this protest period. Taking the $533,000 out of that comes to $903,697. There are additional, I'm sorry, can you go back? There are additional costs, and what I do hope is that we will be able to come before you at a later time that does speak to the more comprehensive report of damage. There was damage done not only to our police vehicles, but there are other city departments that experienced damage during the protest period as well. In addition to our residences and businesses alike, and hopefully we'll be able, in collaboration with many other both government officials as well as those in our community, to bring before you a more comprehensive list of just what the riots, just what that bottom line is and the impact that it had on folks within our community. I'd also like to take a moment to just offer a point of reference at this moment also that does speak to the history of using these types of munitions in the city. I know that we have seen more and more of this, particularly during 2020, but we also know that there have been cities across the country for years that have deployed munitions depending on the event that's going on and what's happening in their city. I offer this historical note because I do think it's important, and I think our city manager did touch on it in terms of just speaking about this being an unprecedented time for us in our city and more specifically for the Raleigh Police Department. So while we have been training over the years, the Raleigh Police Department has only deployed gas a few times in 46 years. And the two events, and there were two events. And of the first event, it was 1968, following the assassination of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. And the second one was in 1974 during the NCAA basketball championship victory where NC State won over UCLA. So as you can see, just from those facts, and we were able to find the 1974 news article, it is not a common occurrence to deploy these types of munitions or this amount of munitions in our city. So we don't take it lightly, and we shouldn't. I also want to take a moment to highlight briefly, as it is captured in both the executive report as well as the after action report, but I do want to highlight some of the strengths that did exist and were demonstrated throughout this experience. And it is necessary to also say that while we know that those who live, work, play, and learn in our city will clearly be able to say that they've never seen anything like this. That's the same thing for Raleigh police officers as well. This is not something that we have seen in terms of here in our city either. So from an after-action perspective, there were several events and activities that afforded us to, in this assessment, to identify our strengths. The first, I think, is just the ability to compile this report. The compilation of a report of this size, as I mentioned, is a heavy lift, but I thought that it was extremely important to do it because it gives us the opportunity to assess what we did, how we did it, and it also gives us the opportunity to assess what we should not have done and recognizing those areas as well, so that there are opportunities to not only learn, not only grow, but to correct those actions that should not have happened, and to ensure that there are ways that we don't commit those actions again. Another strength is really a reflection of you, our council. I know that our city manager came before you and requested a third-party review, and I was very open to it and did ask that it happen. so that we could have not only our own internal assessment, but a third-party assessment that would give us also what that looks like from an overall policy standpoint and from a benchmarking standpoint in terms of the comparison with the city of Raleigh and other places throughout the country that are experiencing very similar incidents. I want to take a moment now to talk about another strength because I know that from time to time, as chief, I too have heard that a portion of our community felt as though we didn't care about them and that we didn't protect property and we allowed things to just be destroyed. And I do want to take a moment to speak specifically about some of that. And I'll just begin by property is extremely important to us. Lives are extremely important to us. And video shows, and I know that actually there's even news footage that captures it as well. But if you've seen any of the video footage, you know that the streets were filled with a lot of folk who were literally destroying property and at times were also attacking vehicles and attempting to attack the individuals in those vehicles, including Raleigh police officers. But there is also a moment where a fire truck is under attack as well. And knowing and recognizing that that would not be possible to get those fire trucks into those tight areas to extinguish those fires, members of our police department, our SEU teams came in and actually, in each of our police vehicles, we have fire extinguishers. And so we were able to take fire extinguishers from police vehicles, and we eventually got other fire extinguishers actually from the fire department. And we were able to get out on foot and extinguish those fires. That was very critical for us. Although there's video that shows there's looting, there are fires being started, but as you can imagine, we're all over the place. And when we came upon both individuals who were looting or damaging property, this is where these arrests came from. Arrests were made. But also, there was a need to immediately extinguish those fires. And for 2 days, those fires were extinguished by Raleigh police officers. So not only were they equipped with the equipment that officers would normally have on their uniform or part of their uniform, but they were also equipped with fire extinguishers. And it is because of that not only were we able to put out the fire, but the fires did not grow to a point where it destroyed, damaged, or impacted those residents above those areas. And that was a decision that was made by myself and several commanders to ensure that we got those fires put out in the most expedient way to ensure that we did not lose lives. For those of us who were here several years ago, we did not want to see a repeat of Jones and Harrington Street. And knowing that we have, as a city, worked so hard to ensure that we have not only now high-rise residences, but we also have retail. And so in dealing with and addressing the property issues and putting out those fires, we were also saving lives. And I do believe that the actions, the quick actions, and the accessibility, the access that our officers had in order to make those quick actions did save lives and reduce the overall amount of damage on those properties as well. Another strength is the partnerships that we have within city government and being able to work with the many partners, the other department heads who really just stepped right in and assisted us where we could, really did make a difference. So I do want to take a moment to just simply say thank you to our Raleigh department throughout city government as well. The mutual aid of law enforcement partners is also significant and critically important. And we did get questions asked about how does that even work in a city this size and with so many other jurisdictions? And very often, outside of the realm of riots and protests, those partnerships are extremely important. And what we have and what exists on a day-to-day basis here in the city of Raleigh is what is called concurrent jurisdiction, which basically occurs when multiple law enforcement agencies have the same territorial jurisdiction. In other words, we all have the same powers of arrest in the same location. And as an example, you have Raleigh, Wake County, Highway Patrol, ALE, State Capitol Police, General Assembly Police, Wake County ABC. We're all pretty much on the same footprint most of the time. This does not include our federal agencies and those partners who are inside the city. The additional agencies that came to the city of Raleigh on that day came because I did request it, and that is through mutual aid agreements. And basically what that really does allow is law enforcement agencies from outside jurisdictions to participate or to provide assistance with the requesting agency. And that is a request that is made by the agency head to another agency head per statute. And so that is what happened in that regard. And we are truly grateful for those agencies that did step in and assist us in addressing the issues that we were facing at that particular period of time. As you know, at some point, our mayor implemented a curfew, and eventually we had the deployment of the National Guard. And they were both, I do believe, a force multiplier as it relates to just addressing the crowd and reaching a point of calmness eventually where, as you all know, the curfew eventually went away. The equipment that was used, one being the mobile field force gear. As I mentioned, this came about several years ago just simply because we had seen the trends and the patterns that were occurring across the country and throughout our state. And we really wanted to make sure that should something happen here in Raleigh, that we were equipped to handle it. Being able to provide the equipment to protect the officers is critically important as well. As you saw in one of the slides where individuals were entering the Sally Port, there is a period of time where they actually have the high ground and they are just throwing rocks and other items at the officers. The barriers allowed for egress, ingress in certain areas, which was definitely a strategy to keep our pedestrians and protesters safe. It's important to know because we get this as well. When First Amendment rights are demonstrated, we don't have the option to decide how or where we stand on the side of the issue. And so having those barriers allows for safe movement at times. And what we also know is that there were times where those same pedestrians, same protesters blocked traffic. And you detour a little further out, but it's a challenge to do that. But we do that so that the traffic itself is detoured, so we don't have incidents that we've seen across the country where vehicles have driven into a crowd of people and caused significant harm as well as death. The utility task vehicles were the Gator-type vehicles, basically, that allowed us to get our folk where they needed to be quickly to put out those fires. The access to munitions did allow for crowd management in many situations that would have proven even to be more detrimental to our officers and even our city. Some have also asked us, how do you decide what that looks like in terms of officers and crowd management? And that is typically what we call it, is crowd management. And sometimes it looks like it happens, and other times it looks like it's not happening. And as you can imagine, it is quite challenging when you are trying to address crowds who are unruly and are not accepting or willing to hear the request or the commands that are given. The training that comes, and there's a portion where I'll speak to that a little later, but that training does afford us the understanding and the expectation of what comes in that particular role. The training that our officers receive as it relates to crowd management does come from the Center of Domestic Preparedness in the Field Force Operations of FEMA. And typically, crowd management, really, you all see it more often than perhaps you even realize it. But when we are walking with a peaceful group and you just see officers who are escorting them, that's crowd management. A lot of times when we have First Amendment events throughout the city of Raleigh, we reach out, and we did on this day as well. We did on May 30th in an attempt to identify who the leaders of those groups were. We got very little assistance from anyone in the group, but very often when events do happen in our city, we not only reach out to the organizers, but we reach out to identify who those marshals are also, so that they are able to assist with pretty much the crowd management. Other strengths or equipment that we were able to use, and I know that this issue did come before our council at some point, but the assistance from our Department of Transportation as it related to the buses, the Go Raleigh buses, we were able to transport our personnel from one place to the other as we needed to. And I do want to say a couple of things to that. First and foremost, to Mr. Michael Moore and his Department of Transportation team, I want to say thank you. I want to also say thank you to Go Raleigh. But I also want to speak to something that has weighed on my heart as well, and that is I know that when Go Raleigh representatives came before the city of Raleigh, they also spoke to the issues and concerns that the drivers had. And to our knowledge, when we made the request for the drivers, that they volunteered for it. However, I do want to say there was never, ever any intention to bring harm or to cause harm to any of those city employees, be it within our organization or anybody else's. So I want to say thank you to Go Raleigh, thank you to Mr. Moore, and that we apologize where we brought harm to those other employees. That was never the intent. Sometimes there's an opportunity to redirect, and this is one of those moments. Several years ago in the early 2003, 2004, in that time period, we actually had in our city an event that happened on the Capitol Square. And the only way that individuals could be extracted off of that square was the use of, at that time, the cat buses. And so this was one of those examples where we had relied on a certain directive or the ability before and resource, and the situation was a little different, and it created a fear that was clearly an unintentional consequence. And we also have the benefit of our body-worn cameras, which are being used to investigate a couple of things. So obviously, there was a lot of activity that was going on, and it is allowing us to identify individuals who were engaging in criminal activity and being able to make necessary charges if they're applicable. Additionally, what we are also looking at is behavior and conduct of our own personnel. And so that gives us an opportunity to evaluate next steps and where those matters warrant corrective action. We have to address that as well, as we are being both transparent and accountable. And we recognize that there are areas, while there are many areas of strengths, there are also areas of improvement also. And I want to start with communication. Field communication in an event that is rapidly unfolding and is as fluid as this is most critical at this time. So we certainly saw examples where consequential impact of inconsistent communication and misinformation impacted others. So the slide that you see there is the event that occurred on Sunday. And it is the event where the initial request or concern was that we were clearing the path for EMS to respond. And so I will just share with you what happens when information is misdirected. And so an incident began with an individual who appeared to be in need of some assistance at the corner of Wilmington and Morgan Street. And the protesters were basically at between Fayetteville Street and Salisbury Street on Morgan. When the officer requested EMS, the road was becoming blocked with protesters. They would not move, but we also know that a protester did ask police, so are you about to gas peaceful protesters? And I know that at some point individuals laid down in the street, and we eventually gassed that group of protesters. What also ended up happening was at some point the individual walked off, and the officer who was at that intersection was diverted to a different call. The officer gets to the other location near Swain Street, requests EMS, which eventually gets diverted, but the information is not received to the individuals who are in the process of deploying the gas. And so this is one of those where we recognize that given the number of demonstrations that we have had, how they had occurred, even when they had blocked the street, because this was clearly not the first time they had blocked the street. But this is one of those events where we should not have deployed gas, and we did. Other areas of improvement include the unity of command. The Raleigh Police Department has a tremendous command staff and team who guide and lead the individuals in this organization on a daily basis. But when we have situations like this that are constantly unfolding, the unity of command is more critical than ever at that time as well. Because what ends up happening if it is not unified in such a way, multiple messages further enhance the mishap of communication, and actions are carried out per the direction or per multiple directions. So this is an area that we obviously have to shore up on as well. and the communication to our stakeholders, our residents, our businesses. I do think the communication has been strengthened as a result of what we've experienced. But I also know that we have to continue to work on those relationships. And the communication, particularly to those individuals who were directly impacted, we should have worked on that. We should have conveyed more information, and I think that we've shown that, and that was demonstrated several weekends ago when we did have another protest on a Friday. The community and the police department worked even closer together, and I would say that this is historically not a broken aspect of who we are and what we do, and I speak to that because it sort of goes back to an event we had over a year ago where the R6 competition came to our city, and there was concerns about protesters and fans who were dressing alike and wanting to make sure that people were safe. And so we made every effort to communicate with our downtown Raleigh Alliance, with the businesses, with the residents, with our chamber, and so many others to ensure that people felt at peace and were safe also. And we communicated with the individuals who were engaging in both activities. And I will also say that, as I've already mentioned, though, we made those attempts to reach out across the aisle to individuals who were thought to be the leaders of those organizations. Another area to make sure that we strengthen and we improve is obviously trust and safety, be it real or perceived. Now, this, of course, matters more than ever, particularly when we're talking about rebuilding fragile relationships, and that's a mandate within our organization. It's an interesting time, to say the least, because of COVID and everything else, but we have to find intentional ways to reach out and rebuild and restore those relationships that have impacted both safety and trust. Crime prevention through environmental design. About a year or so ago, through the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy initiatives as a part of the core team effort and the work that had been done within that particular committee, there was funding available to ensure that employees were trained throughout the city, including the police department, which had been trained for years in CEPTED. And what that really gives us an opportunity to do is really just assess the environment to ensure that it is safe. And a lot of times we think about CEPTED when we're thinking about burglaries and those things that are in the environment that enhance the opportunity for crime. And I think that as we go forward, one of the suggestions and possibilities to look at is when we are assessing events and events planning and the development of events going forward, that we take a look at those things. The partnership that we have with other city officials really made it possible to go in and take a look at some of those areas going forward in the days to come in the protest, because the environment was becoming conducive to finding things that became either targets or tools and weapons towards others and their businesses and homes. And then also important is the nourishment and the hydration of our officers. We had 14 officers that were injured over those 2 days, some more severely than others. But we also had a few who, because of the time of the year the humidity here in our area, and everything else that was going on, and the equipment that they wore, some became dehydrated. And so as we focus on wellness internally, and we have both during and after the wellness of our officers as well, and staff, civilian alike, in some instances, where just making sure that we make sure that we can provide them with those things that can restore hydration, but we also want to make sure that they are reminded and educated wherever we can to ensure that we don't create a crisis within a crisis. And as I noted earlier, what's important is also when we talk about those relationships is the ongoing commitment to our community. COVID changed a lot of things, but so has the protest. And so it's important that we find those ways to remain committed to serving our community. And we have to forge ahead in this ongoing commitment, and we have to do it with both service and compassion. As I mentioned earlier, COVID has presented all of us with a new normal, and even in that regard, and everything else that has happened in light of the protest, we still have to find those ways to engage our communities, as I've already mentioned. And some of our council members have been able to even come out and participate with us. We see, obviously, a host of needs right now, and one has been a huge issue with food. And so we have participated and partnered with organizations like the Food Bank of North Carolina, our health departments, and so many others in food distribution, as well as taking the other steps necessary to try our best to engage the community in finding ways to further stop the spread of the virus. So we've also had mask distributions as well. I touched briefly on training earlier as it related to the mobile field force training, and that's just one facet of training within our organization. But it's also important to speak to, for those who will see the after action report, there's an area that not only speaks to training of mobile field force, but it also speaks to basic RPD training. And crowd management actually begins in the academy. And so there's a facet of that report that speaks to training in general, as well as the critical nature of training in the deployment of munitions, as well as mobile field force training as well. And then, again, the certifications coming from FEMA and the Center of Domestic Preparedness. And as I mentioned, they both kind of go hand in hand, training and wellness, as we educate our staff and our officers on ways that they can take care of themselves. As you can imagine, these situations have impacted the greater organization. And Dr. Caesar was before you a little earlier talking about some of the equity training that has happened within the organization, the greater city. What I've done as chief and along with our command staff is we've taken time for our officers to have listening sessions to speak about their experiences over the course of these weeks that address those issues that are unprecedented, that are impacting them, and obviously, as you can imagine, their families, and giving them that space where they have an opportunity to address their concerns, to talk about how this has impacted them, to talk about the issues surrounding race, the issues surrounding hate, and their hope for what we all expect to come out of this, and that is to be a better organization, but also a better city. So wellness is the key in a lot of areas that we do and demonstrate, and resilience, I do have to say, has been really the show of force with this organization, with having the opportunity as chief to listen to what's been on the hearts and the minds of these officers who not only signed up to do this, but who are committed to do it. It's important to provide them with the necessary resources that they have to be the individuals that they desire to be in serving this community, but to give them the opportunities as well to have their own voice. So again, our commitment is ongoing, and our commitment is ongoing to our mission. And so in closing, I just want to say that in the spirit of service, the Raleigh Police Department does exist to preserve and improve the quality of life, instill peace, and protect property through unwavering attention to our duties in partnership with the community. And I just want to hit on a few things in just that quote there. That is our mission statement. Service is paramount in what we do. Do we always get it right? We don't. And we have to address that when it happens as well. Preserving and improving the quality of life is key for all of us. And we have to sometimes find those ways to do that even when it's not necessarily offered from the other side of the table. This is part of our mission. We have to make sure that this happens. And there are ways to improve on our side as well. Instilling peace. I think we saw the whole gambit of what that looks like and what it doesn't look like. But that has to be the mission in our city going forward as well. And these are challenging times. And we recognize also, this department recognizes that the history of policing has not always been pretty. And so we have to be the change agents that we want to see going forward in an organization this size. And it is our duty to have partnerships with the community. This police department, as professional as it is, cannot do it all by ourselves. And so there again, we will continue to reach across the aisle to our community partners to serve and protect in the city. So in closing, I do want to just simply say thank you to the men and women and for the hard work that each of them have demonstrated. And they have worked tirelessly towards making the city safe. I am, again, very thankful of our community who have also been instrumental in by identifying ways that we can continue to make a difference here in this city. And I am very hopeful as the chief of police that eventually we will get through this in order to get to this, and that is a better city. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Council, and I am open to answer any questions at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem Branch, and then Councilor Stewart.
First of all, Chief, thank you for the report. Thank you to those under your command that helped pull the information together. Definitely want to say that, we just received the full 52-page report today, so definitely want to take the time to review it and look over it and things of that nature. But thank you for identifying areas of improvement as we start moving forward. And I look forward to the CP21 organization and their report in the coming months so that we can start bringing everyone together to move the city forward. So just want to speak to that. And also lastly, thank you for recognizing our operators from Go Raleigh that did assist you all for that. Thank you for those comments.
Counselor Stewart?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I really appreciated the reminder that this internal report is really about understanding, do we play by our own policies and rules? And so, like Councilmember Branch, I'm looking forward to really digging into the meat of the full report. In continuing to be an organization that values transparency, I want to confirm that we're going to put the full report online. And if we are, noting that the report is about did we play by our own policies and rules, can we make sure that on that same page that we put the report, can we put the link to our policies and procedures up? I know we already have it on the main Raleigh Police Department webpage, but just to put them side by side so folks have them right there where they're going to be looking for them.
So we'll put the policy as well as the report and the executive summary.
Great, thank you.
And the full report is on board docs as part of this agenda, if anybody watching would like to access that. Councilor Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I want to commend you for the work you've done and the work product that's here before us today. It's a lot of material to get through, as others have stated. We just received the report, so clearly we're going to learn more, and we'll learn more in the near future when we get the 21 CP report. But at first look, it's clear to me that this is a very sober and self-critical assessment of what happened. We've got some important takeaways from this report, including, the incredible amount of effort that our officers undertook to regain calm after the chaos and to strike the right balance between providing a safe environment where protests can take place and people can exercise their First Amendment rights, which is their right under our Constitution. Secondly, the importance of investing in training and a proper equipment for our police officers so they can do the job that we need them to do, keep us safe. And I thought it was really helpful that you highlighted that in the form of those utility vehicles that were putting out fires when the fire truck couldn't get to the place where they needed to be. And then lastly, I thought it left me with a strong impression that it's really, really valuable to have communication and respect between our community and our police. I think that's facilitated by the kind of practical approach that y'all have taken in enforcing our curfew and in trying to communicate with people who are out to exercise their First Amendment rights and promote social justice. And we're gonna, it's not all positive. Lots of lessons to learn, and I'm sure there'll be some things that we're not so proud of. But I certainly see here in the chief's comments a commitment to that mission that was on the last slide to constantly improve our police work and keep the community safe. So thank you for bringing this report today. I'm looking forward to getting into the details and having further conversations about this.
Thank you. Councilor Cox, you had your hand raised?
Yes, I also want to thank the chief and the department for preparing this report, and I'm looking forward to reviewing it. I am struck by in the presentation that it's been 46 years since we last deployed tear gas. And I think it's important that we understand what was different about this year versus the past 46 years that led to us deploying tear gas. And I've had many conversations over the past several weeks about the events that have transpired. There are questions about what more could we have done to protect property on the one hand. On the other hand, there have been many discussions about what protest is all about. I mean, certainly protest is about going out in the streets and voicing an opinion. But I've been reminded that protest is also about civil disobedience. And we've had civil disobedience in the past, such as Rosa Parks and the Greensboro sit-ins, which at the time were clear violations of the law. And so we have to have some discussions about when civil disobedience is appropriate, when it is not? And is the question of when civil disobedience becomes violent, is that when we cross the line? So I think there are many, many things that we have to discuss going forward. And I think we're at the very beginning of this with the release of this report. And I thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate this. I'm also going to ask if we can share this report with our Police Advisory Board, just as well as the findings of 21CP when that comes to us sometime, hopefully in October. So I think that getting some feedback from the Police Advisory Board, especially on the issues of building trust and community engagement, will be very important. So thank you, Chief, for the hard work that went into this. And I think Pat said it was a sobering review. Yes, it is. But necessary and critical to continuing to build trust in our community. So thank you. Next, oh, sorry, Manager.
No, Mayor, I was just going to go to the next item if you don't mind.
That's where I was going. So,
okay, great. So I just wanted to introduce the next item. This is with regards to the PNC Arena with a long-term planning and tri-party agreement update. As Jim Green comes forward, just a couple of quick reminders. There's no vote on this today. This is a follow-up to your 22nd Amendment related to your hospitality tax interlocal agreement. And one of the follow-ups from that approval is the execution of a tri-party agreement with the city, the county, and the Centennial Authority. And so this is very brief. In your materials for board docs, you have the financial plan that was submitted to us and the county from the Centennial Authority that has a lot of detail on use of some of those funds as requested by the council and the county commissioners. So I'll hand it over to Jim Green to make a few comments and introduce our guests for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. As the city manager said, no action today, just an update. This is the tri-party agreement between the city, Wake County, and the Centennial Authority. As mentioned, the Centennial Authority is responsible for oversight of the PNC Arena. City Council and Wake County Commission is responsible for oversight and approval of the funding for the hospitality funds, the hospitality tax, hotel, motel, food and beverage tax. This past June, we brought you recommendations for the interlocal agreement that Council and Wake County Commission both approved funding as part of that agreement. The funding that was approved included $9 million allocated to PNC Arena for until 2029. After that, the funding would go into a planning account to allow for future review. That $9 million annually over the next 9 years is important really for three reasons. One, PNC Arena is an asset to the community. They need funds to help operate and upgrade their facilities. We want to continue to make sure that's an economic development engine that attracts concerts, sporting events, etc. Second reason that $9 million for 9 years is important is because that ties to the tentative lease agreement that was negotiated with the Hurricanes. So as part of that Hurricanes lease extension, it is contingent on this tri-party agreement and the funding from the hospitality taxes. The third reason important on that 9 years, it allows community conversation on the future arena. and on different options. So Centennial Authority, City, County, Convention and Visitors Bureau, and others discussing options and what's best for the future. The Plan Council is to bring this back on your next consent agenda. We've been having great conversations with the Centennial Authority. We're very close to the agreement. Again, once that agreement is approved, it would allow the Centennial Authority to draw and spend those hospitality funds that have already been approved in the interlocal agreement this June. The city manager mentioned also the financial plan that the Centennial Authority put together. I compliment them on that plan, and their spending will be based on that plan. So you have that information as well. With that said, let me introduce Tom McCormick, who is chair for the board for the Centennial Authority, and Jeff Merritt, who's the executive director of the Centennial Authority. They'd just like to make some brief comments and then answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim, and Mayor and council members and staff. It's great to be here with you again. You will recall when we were last here, we were talking about Amendment 22 and our ongoing lease negotiations with Gale Force and the Carolina Hurricanes. Happy to announce that we have a draft lease document out there now, and so we're working on that, waiting on input from the Hurricanes. And you also recall at that meeting that Mayor Baldwin requested financial information, and Jim has already referenced that. That's in your package. If there are any questions about that, I can be happy to try to answer those. Again, just to reinforce what Jim said about the tri-party, as I told the county yesterday, all the T's are crossed, and we have maybe one more I to dot, and we're ready to go. So you've been here a long time, so I will quit talking and answer any questions if you have any.
Do we have any questions? No, I thank you for putting together all the information, the financial information that I had requested, and look forward to approving this at our October 6th meeting. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, and again for having us. And it's exciting because once we get this tri-party done, which hopefully will be first week in October, then the only thing remaining will be the final execution of a lease. And we'll be looking forward to hockey maybe around the first of the year. So thank you very much.
I would like that very much. Let's see. Next on our list is the Transportation Program Policy Updates and Project List. Oh, I'm sorry. City Manager, forgive me, please. I've kind of taken charge.
That's okay. I'm trying to help you on the city manager report. So, for this particular item, this is a follow-up to receive your year-end report on the Neighborhood Transportation Management Program, and then the council members had asked for several potential policy and programmatic changes. Given the time period right now, you may wish to put this on a future agenda or a future work session or a committee or something like that to allow you to get into the details a little bit. I don't think it would be, we can't do a real short piece because some of this was information you requested to potentially make changes to policy. So I guess want to do a check on the time, and do you want to do something else with it, or we can proceed if you wish.
Well, I was going to ask, we put several things in the Transportation Committee today. Mayor Pro Tem Branch, would you mind if we directed this to your committee?
Yeah, excuse me, that's fine, but I also ask that all council members, the presentations out there, look at it. This will probably be at our October meeting, just based on scheduling. That has been asked city managers. Is there anything in this time sensitive?
No, sir. I think it's just a matter of your own urgency to continually make changes to the traffic management program. So no, it's your own urgency.
Okay, so I give council members time to review it, and then we'll put this at a future meeting in transportation, if no objection.
Thank you very much.
And with that, Mayor, that ends the city manager's report.
Okay, next, thank you. Now we have the report of the Stormwater Management Advisory Commission on flood-prone area regulations. This had come to us on the February 18th meeting. I'm ready to move forward on this if other members of the council are. And if you don't mind, I think we'll just see if we can ask some questions, if anybody has questions. Otherwise, I'm going to say, let's move forward on this. Councilor Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to SMAC for all their work on this, and thank you to the staff for all their work on this. I am really excited about moving this item forward. I did have one question on the outreach plan. So I don't know if that needs to go, I don't know who that needs to go to, but there is a bullet point here that talks about reaching out to renters, working with property managers to contact renters who are in the floodplain and informing them of the proposed changes. And then there's another bullet point talking about distributing a survey on proposed changes and getting community engagement on proposed changes and experiences in the floodplain. And I just want to make sure that when we're reaching out to renters, which I am thrilled about, that we're getting information that's relevant to them. So I don't know that they care about their landlord's property rates changes so much as they care about giving us feedback on what it's like to live in the floodplain. So just wanted to either ask it as a question or a statement. But
absolutely. So the way we are reaching out to property owners will be slightly different than the way we'll be reaching out to everyone else in the floodplain, including renters. And we'll be using the water and sewer database for customers as part of that direct mailing. And then in situations where there is a master meter, like apartment complexes and condominiums that may not have a specific account, we will be reaching out to them through other means such as door hangers and other social media, and through the property managers through connections that Housing and Neighborhood has as well. So yes, those outreach efforts will look slightly different, and we do want to get the perspectives of those living in the floodplain as well as the property owners.
Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question to emphasize the path going forward. I just want to make sure I understand this is not final approval of this change. We're going to have more conversation at the Planning Commission, more conversation here at Council. We'll be talking to people about whether this is a good idea, although I agree with Councilor Stewart. It seems like movement in the right direction. I particularly like the idea of our UDO matching the state model ordinance. So this is complicated and it could affect a lot of property owners. So I just wanted that confirmation that this is maybe not a first step, but it's not the last step.
Yes, sir, that's correct. The recommendation that we are asking here is to begin the text change process that will go through the Planning Commission and be managed by the Planning Commission, and then come back with a recommendation to City Council based on the outcome of that process.
Okay. Councilor Stewart?
I'm ready to make a motion if Council is.
Please do.
I'd move to authorize staff to initiate the Unified Development Ordinance text change process to begin drafting changes to the flood-prone area regulations as recommended by the SMAC.
Do we have a second? Councilor Fort? All in favor? Opposed? Clerk, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have matters scheduled for public hearing. I've been asked to move item number 7, which is the rezoning Z4719 Durley Road on the south side of where it crosses Crabtree Creek, to the first issue because there are potential conflicts, timing conflicts with another hearing right after it for another jurisdiction. So if that's okay with everybody, we'll make sure that we have everybody who has signed up on on the line. Beth, can you confirm that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Which case again?
Z4719.
We do have a number of them on the line.
Okay. All right. Well, we will move this to the first item, and I'm going to ask, let's see, is it Bynum who is, yes, Bynum, if you could, there you are. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Bynum Walter, Raleigh City Planning and Development. This item was in front of you at your last meeting. The public hearing was opened and continued to this meeting. There's been no change to the case because the public hearing is still open. I know from conversations that the applicant has been having with staff that they are working on some possible additional conditions that would address the pedestrian connection to the greenway, more specifics around transition requirements, including limits on retaining walls, specifications around area and width of tree conservation areas, specification of planting materials, and generally just refinements to incorporate more detail into the transition requirements that they might impose upon themselves in addition to what they've already put on the case and what's required by the Unified Development Ordinance. At this point, I think it's really a question for council if you're ready to close the hearing to allow the applicant to submit those revised conditions, or if you feel like more conversation is needed, you could continue the hearing a little bit longer if you thought they would need more than the 30 days after the hearing is closed to wrap things up. What questions could I answer for you?
Well, first, Councilor Knight has asked that we allow each side an additional 4 minutes. So I'm going to ask those who are scheduled or signed up to speak in support, you'll get 4 minutes, and then those who are opposed will get 4, and I will call out names. This is support, so Jamie Schwelder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have a very quick presentation to just illustrate some of the concepts and how the case has changed. This is Jamie Schwedler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street. I believe we showed the conditions earlier about how we were working with both the council concerns and the neighbors to make considerable concessions throughout this case. And I don't know if that PowerPoint can be brought up, but just to summarize where we were before you, we had made concessions on bringing our height down to 4 stories, bringing our protective yards expanded to 50 feet instead of the minimum 10 feet, and preventing apartments within 150 feet of where we border the single-family residential. The conditions I read out at the last hearing still stand for today, of course, but we've actually added additional details since the last hearing and are prepared to incorporate those in the case if it's closed today. That includes extending the natural buffer along the majority of the City of Oaks property, which I understand was their main concern, and that's subject to text changes and nuances that their concerns are addressed there. It also includes extending the natural buffer along the adjacent 7 residential parcels to our south and east to provide a minimum 15-foot of that natural buffer. So it's 25-foot average, but within that would be a minimum of 15 feet at the request of the neighbors. And it also includes a commitment to making plant material, certain plant materials prohibited, and then the option of including additional plant materials also at the request. There were some additional requests I understand that they might make, and I think that the takeaway there is that under the code, the neighbors expressed a concern about how this development would look from their backyards. And under the code, the combination of those restrictions plus our original conditions and the ones we're committed to today would prevent us from putting anything but a 45-foot townhome 55 feet from the edge of the property line. So at 55 feet away from the property line, we could only go 45 feet in the air. If we wanted to do the maximum height of 68 feet, we'd have to go all the way 75 feet into the property line. So it's a significant restriction that's already built into us by code. In addition, you'd be looking through from the property line through the 25-foot natural buffer, then the 25-foot type 3 planted buffer before you got to the closest townhome. So we believe that those restrictions help to address the concerns that we've heard both from the neighbors and from the adjacent property owners. And we believe we're prepared to move forward with this case today and would like the public hearing to be closed so we could finalize those conditions and come back to you during the October 6th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has signed up? Can we stop the timer, please? We need to adjust the timer to 53 seconds. We have Travis Floyd, Carter Siegel, Jim Guyton, and John Kuzinski. Would any of them like to speak?
Madam Mayor, they're all on our team and are available for questions.
Okay, thank you. We will allow you to save your 55 seconds in case there's any comments from the those who have signed up who are opposed that you can address.
Thank you.
Councilor Knight, you might want to mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, those opposed, I have Andy Pettish. Could we reflect 4 minutes on the clock, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Andy Pettish, Pettish Law, 127 West Target Street. Again, appearing on behalf of several adjacent residential property owners, a few on Timberhurst Drive and a few on Balsam Drive. I want to comment briefly on their behalf and then reserve a couple minutes for Chris Hegarty and City of Oaks to also comment. I want to thank Jamie and the applicant for continuing to work with us on refining these conditions. My clients have been working hard to educate themselves and focus in on the assurances that they need in order to withdraw any objection to this application. And this, again, focused on the sufficiency and effectiveness of the buffer yard, given the potential building height and density that's been requested, and also assurances around the stormwater management design that will be utilized here, one that protects adjacent residential properties and the nearby Blue Line stream that runs into Crabtree Creek. On that note, I want to thank Ben Brown with the city's stormwater staff for coming out and doing a site visit last Friday and meeting with those residents. In my conversation with him afterwards, he indicated that it made sense here to include a condition that would require that all stormwater be both that treated and overflow be designed to be moved directly to Crabtree Creek. And so we hope to have more discussions with that with the applicant. So thank Ben Brown for his time. Also want to thank Councilmember Knight for his continued efforts in listening to and understanding the perspectives and concerns of both the applicant and the surrounding community. And so we'll continue good faith discussions with the applicant and hope we come up with an agreeable compromise. Thank you.
Okay, Chris Hegarty.
Hey, good evening, Mayor. Real quick, I guess it's Benjamin Brown Day today because I was also going to reference, we've gotten a letter from your floodplain manager and stormwater administrator talking about base flooding of elevations expecting to rise in this area of Crabtree Creek. And that's not related to this development. That's due to other important infrastructure projects. But what it does is it does show the importance, highlights the need for why we have to have adequate natural barriers around this property. So I want to thank everyone for giving us the time to work with the applicant to work out good conditions that'll give us this natural buffer between their property and these other conservation properties in the creek around it. So we're very close. All we have to do is work out the specific language just to make sure that the 25-foot barrier that we're all talking about, that we're of the same mind on exactly what that is and what it means. So thank you for giving us this time, and I'm sure we'll come to an amenable solution soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We also had Carol Ashcraft sign up to speak. Is she on the phone?
She is not. She emailed that she would hold off and let Chris and Andy speak. She wanted to cede her time to them.
Okay, thank you. All right. Councillor Knight, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I do not. I was just based on those statements, and I appreciate the parties and the stakeholders continuing to work together as they've been talking about. As we talked about last time, I would like to go ahead and move to close the hearing to give more time to get tighter on these the conditions, and come back and vote on this on our October 6th meeting. And again, appreciate everybody continuing to try to work on these conditions to get them in the best shape for everyone involved, and we can move forward on this. Thank you very much.
Just let me ask, would this have to be heard on October 6th, or could we refer it to another meeting? I'm concerned about the number of items we have on the 6th agenda. I just want to see if we can give staff some flexibility.
Well, I think we talked about at our last council meeting on this subject. That was the timing that we were going through, and I think that's what the applicant asked for. I believe Jamie Swedler is still on the line if she could answer that. But
I'm asking staff.
Gotcha.
So this would come back in the afternoon as a special item if you defer it to the 6th, or it could come. Okay.
Okay, that would be the preferred. Okay, Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I heard Councilmember Knight making a motion, and I'd be happy to second that. It sounds like a lot of productive work's going on here. I did want to ask, if I may, one question of either Mr. Pettish or Mr. Haggerty.
Yes.
Thank you. So either of you can take this. Gentlemen, we've both talked, and glad you're involved and glad you're working on this. Do either of you, given the progress that's being made on all these issues, do either of you see any undue environmental harm resulting from this project going forward?
I'll let Chris address that first, at least take first swipe at it. I'll defer to him.
Well, thank you, Andy. Councilor Buffkin, I don't think I have the answer that you want to hear, but that is that, yes, I think that the development does cause environmental harm. This is an area of sensitive ecological area all around this area over the creek, but the landowner does have the rights to develop it. And so while we prefer that they didn't develop it the way they are, they have that legal right. So we're just trying to work with them to try to mitigate any side effects on neighboring properties.
So if I may follow up.
Yes.
I guess now I'm a little confused, Mr. Haggerty, because I thought earlier you were suggesting the mitigation measures would resolve the concern. Can you help me out?
Sure. I mean, Councilor Buffkin, anytime you go in and you take down, rare native species and destroy habitat, of course it's going to have an environmental impact. That part is true, but we can't control the impact on the applicant's property. I guess that's what I'm trying to communicate, right? If you ask me, will there be no environmental impact? I can't truthfully say that there won't be an impact, right?
Well, actually, Mayor, if I may, that wasn't the question.
Okay.
The question was undue environmental impact. We heard some pretty exaggerated language about this case in our public comment, and I'm trying to get a sense of reality on the ground.
Well, the reality, I guess.
So you put in a natural buffer, that's going to mitigate stormwater impact. You put in a stormwater facility, that'll mitigate that issue. And it sounded like you were ready to agree to that, just subject to the drafting of the technical language. So where is the undue impact?
Well, you know, Patrick, or Councilor Buffkin, my apologies.
That's all right.
You know, again, we've known each other for years. You know, I don't want to misrepresent anything to you. I have to be honest about this. This is a situation where we have to work within a legal and regulatory environment. And, you know, the landowners have legal rights to develop this property. But I can't tell you that it doesn't have an environmental impact. So what we're trying to do is, by working with the developer, come up with practical, reasonable, responsible steps to reduce impact to the neighboring properties. The landowner's under, I'll be honest, no obligation to agree to these additional conditions. We're coming here raising these objections to you to talk about them, in the hopes is that we'll be able to come up with a compromise that, you know, helps to mitigate this impact, you know, which serves our interests and the community interests, but does allow them, you know, the economic rights and freedoms they have to the property. So it's a balancing act. And so, you know, I can't tell you that this is my perfect solution to the situation, but, you know, all things considered and balancing everyone's legal rights, you know, if this is the best deal that we can negotiate, you know, I have a responsibility to, you know, our trustees on the board of the foundation to do whatever I can to get whatever protections for this property, for Crabtree Creek, that I can. And this seems like these are the best protections which we can get.
Thank you. One last follow-up, Mayor. I promise I'll stop. Have y'all compared the environmental impact of what could be developed under current zoning versus this proposal with the proposed measures to mitigate the environmental impact?
So briefly, and I'll let Andy respond to any of this if he would like, because I know that the neighbors have looked at this as well. But if there was no rezoning, if the applicant simply chose to develop the property under current zoning, they wouldn't be here before you, and there would not be an opportunity to put some of these additional conditions onto the property. And so, you know, we can argue the impacts of high density versus lower density development. That's not my job here today, and I don't want to portray myself, you know, as an expert in those areas. But because of the rezoning, we do have the opportunity to put conditions that'll, you know, help reduce the impact on the environment and our properties that we wouldn't have if they chose to develop it under the current zoning regulations.
Okay, do we have any additional questions? Hey, Councilor Knight, you were ready to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure what the proper motion is, but I move to close the hearing and set it for the afternoon session of our the City Council, Raleigh City Council, October 6th meeting. Is that correct?
Well, I think all you need to do is vote to close this, close the hearing. Okay. So do we have a second? Councilor Melton? Okay, all in favor? Okay, this will come to us in our afternoon meeting on October 6th. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for continuing to work together. Okay, we will get back on our regular agenda. The first item is unfit for human habitation. This is a hearing to consider adopting an ordinance prohibiting occupancy of unfit dwellings until repaired to comply with the requirements of the housing code. No one has signed up to speak on this. Staff is here. Does anybody have any questions on this issue? Okay, I am going to move to open the hearing. No one is here to speak, so I am moving to close the hearing. Do we have a motion on this? All right, hey, folks. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor. I've definitely saw the backup pictures, and this really needs to be addressed. So I move to adopt the ordinance prohibiting occupancy until repairs of unfit building. It is the council. I think that is it. Madam Mayor, Madam Attorney, am I right? Do I need to read all of that?
You need to unmute yourself, Robin. Thank you.
Oh, I thought I was. No, that's correct. All you can say is to adopt the recommended action. That way you can catch everything.
Correct. I move to adopt the recommended action.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilor Melton, thank you. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that passes unanimously. Second item is the public nuisance abatement property liens. Again, no one has asked to be heard. We have staff here, William Potter from Housing and Neighborhoods, as we continue this. Any questions regarding this matter? Okay. I am going to open the hearing, and I'm going to close the hearing since no one has asked to be heard. Do we have a motion on this?
I move to adopt the recommended actions.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilor Buffkin. Okay, all in favor? Is anyone opposed? Clerk, that passes unanimously. The third item is the annexation of 921 Trailwood Drive, District D. Isabel Maddox has signed up to speak in support. I am going to ask first, are there any questions on this issue? Has everybody read the backup? Are there any questions? Okay. I am going to ask Ms. Maddox if it's okay if we proceed without comments.
Yes, Mayor. Good afternoon, and that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to open the hearing. Isabel, you've said it's okay to move forward. I'm going to close the hearing, and I'm going to ask if there's a motion in support. Councilor Melton has made a motion. Do we have a second? Councilor Fort has seconded this. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Did we need to read something, or no, we're fine?
Just make it clear that the motion is to approve the recommended action.
The motion is to approve the recommended action.
Okay, and it's been seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously as well, clerk. The next item is street closing STC 220, Spring Street and East Drive. We have
Mayor, I think you skipped one, STC 1.
Yes, we have street closing STC 1 2020, Old US 64 Highway.
Mayor, if I could make a suggestion.
Yes.
So for these next three items, each one has a component that you need to hear about. So Mr. Lamb from Transportation is here. So for each one, you need a slide or so of context before you do the hearing.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. The first case
is street closure 1, which is remnant right-of-way for the old US 64 in the Rogers Farm development. You can see there are actually 3 segments of right-of-way that are part of this request. This one is a little bit unusual in that this is actually not the first time the City Council has seen this. You can see what the roadway elements are on the ground today in this area. So this was actually approved by the City Council back in 2009, and unfortunately, there's a condition that goes along with our street closure process is that an applicant has to file a plat to record the new right-of-way boundaries within a year of the City Council approval. And unfortunately, that wasn't done in this case, and so that rendered the Council's approval invalid. And so one of the things that's also noteworthy on this property is that the City Council recently approved a comprehensive plan amendment on this property with some realignment to the right-of-way, and there'll be some additional street closures in the future. But for this one in question, this one is broken up into 3 segments. The first on the left, segment 1, between New Bern Avenue and North Rogers Lane. Number 2 is a small segment adjacent to Sunrise Valley Place. And number 3 is the extension of Sunrise Valley Place that aligns with the old 64 right-of-way. So you're familiar with the conditions for street closure policies that we have in the comprehensive plan. And this set of criteria was actually adopted after the original 2009 approval of this original street closure. And so while the previous City Council approved it in 2009 under the old comprehensive plan, the new comprehensive plan has multiple policies that would suggest that a couple of these segments are not consistent with the city's policies for street closures. And this is based on analysis from the planning staff. There are several elements in the comprehensive plan that closing segments 1 and segments 3 would run afoul of current comprehensive plan policies. There's no issues with closing segment 2. I'll be just happy to stop and answer any questions you have on that before you hear from the applicant.
Do we have any questions? Okay. I'm going to open the hearing, and Worth Mills has signed up to speak in support.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. My name is Worth Mills here on behalf of the current property owner, Rogers Realty and Insurance Company, and the contract purchaser / developer, Anthony Property Group, of these properties that front along the right-of-way that we are requesting to be abandoned. As Mr. Lamb mentioned, this is a piece of old US 64 that City Council has previously abandoned. We identified this title defect during due diligence, and we have worked with the city's attorney's office to determine the appropriate process to cure this title defect, and they had recommended that we initiate the street closure process again. So here we are back 11 years later to hopefully get it right this time. I have a presentation. It's very brief. If we could pull that up, I've got a couple slides that I wanted folks to see. There we go. Thank you. If you could go to the next slide, please. So again, this is an aerial of IMAPs showing those portions that we've petitioned to be abandoned and those properties that front along that right-of-way. Note that IMAPs doesn't recognize these portions of old US 64 as right-of-way. Currently, this leftover pavement has been used as a cut-through by cars that want to avoid the North Rogers Lane and New Bern Avenue intersection, and frequently has cars parked on the shoulder. Next slide, please. And again, this is a slide that Mr. Lamb showed again, just identifying the 3 portions of US 64 to be abandoned. I'll note that Sunrise Valley Place was paved after the 2009 right-of-way abandonment, and we are not proposing to abandon any portion of Sunrise Valley Place, and are just trying to cure a title defect that exists between the current property owners and Aldi, which is currently at the northeast corner of US 64 and North Rogers Lane. Aldi has been supportive of this process throughout. Next slide, please. And again, here's a timeline of the events as to how we got here. In August of 2009, City Council adopted a resolution that would close the previously shown shaded portions of US 64. It required that we filed a plat evidencing the street closure by March 3rd, 2010. June 24th, 2010 is when the street closure plat was actually recorded with the Wake County Registry. Although it was recorded past the deadline, the city has recognized these portions of old US 64 as abandoned since that date. And again, we discovered this title defect in the fall of 2019 in the course of title insurance due diligence. And again, worked with the city attorney's office to figure out the best path forward. Next slide, please. And again, these are the street closure standards that Mr. Lamb has shown earlier. And I'll go through touch on a number of these really quickly. Next slide, please. So here we have the updated street network as was adopted by Comprehensive Plan Amendment CP 818. One thing that I will note is that we removed the South Hall Road extension and replaced that with a connecting street from North Rogers Lane to New Bern Avenue, and that would be designated as an Avenue 2-lane undivided. More importantly here, we have changed the street designation of North Rogers Lane from an Avenue 2-lane divided to an Avenue 4-lane divided. And so now, upon development and upon right-of-way expansion, the North Rogers and New Bern Avenue intersection is going to be an intersection of two major thoroughfares. And so if we are to allow this this old portion of US 64 to remain in place, all that's going to do is allow vehicles to continue to subvert the city's street plan, and it's not maintained by DOT. I don't believe that the city maintains any portion of it. And so you're asking that we, continue to allow this cut through that's unmaintained between two major thoroughfares within the city. And we think that's a very dangerous proposition, given the amount of traffic that flows through New Bern. Next slide, please. And lastly, this is our neighbor's property just to the west. The adjacent property is owned by Ryco LLC. NCDOT sent that property owner a letter accepting their surplus right-of-way disposal of this area in January 7th, 2019. NCDOT found that the land is not needed for highway purposes for the foreseeable future. The release of the right-of-way will not adversely affect the highway or traffic thereon, and the right-of-way that's being retained is adequate under present-day standards for the highway facility involved. And so I just want to make clear that DOT has recognized that maintaining this pavement is going to lead to safety risks for both vehicle traffic, bicycle traffic, and any pedestrian traffic that's coming east to west down New Bern Avenue, because you have these cars that there's no signalized stop for them. There's no yield signs. It's really a free-for-all down there, and we think it's in the best interest as we continue to build out this area. Let's create a consistent traffic pattern that doesn't create these types of safety hazards for motorists and pedestrians. And so just to touch on the street closure findings, we don't believe that this closure is going to compromise the integrity of the city's street network or lead to a significant loss in connectivity. It's a very small strip of land that really, aside from this little cut through, the rest of it leads to nowhere. And the part that does provide some type of cut through creates significant traffic hazards. It's not going to impair the ability to provide utility services. It's not going to adversely impact the health, safety, and welfare of the community. In fact, it will improve the health, safety, and welfare of the community. It's not in conflict with any RHDC policies. And lastly, the proposed closure is in the public interest. And I'll just reiterate that This is a little more different than a typical street closure. We're viewing this as a title defect, so that, for future sales, title insurance companies are going to be able to cover this land without creating a policy exception. If you have any other questions about the closure, about the comp plan amendment, or about future development here, I'm happy to take those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilor Branch?
I have a question, but it's more for staff, so I can wait until you close the hearing.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, I am going to close the hearing. Councilor Branch?
Yes, thanks. So what is staff's I know this area very well, and I know the dangers of cars trying to make that left turn to this stretch that really is, a wilderness in a sense, where cars cut through. So can you explain staff's recommendation on this?
The staff's feedback is simply that the application as it's made, based on the current standing policies from the comprehensive plan, are inconsistent.
Okay. Okay. So it's a technical issue. Got it.
Councilor Cox?
How are they inconsistent?
As far as the comprehensive plan, there's a lot of encouragement towards maintaining street connectivity and continuity, not dissimilar from previous discussions you've had recently on other zoning cases. So this is a case where the right-of-way exists with this development. Functionally speaking, I think there is some advantage from a closure standpoint relative to a unsignalized crossing with traffic turning left off of New Bern Avenue as opposed to having that traffic move to a signalized crossing. And then you've got the existing cul-de-sac with Sunrise Valley that's functionally the street is already closed in that respect.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any additional questions? Okay, could someone make a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, due to my safety concerns with those making that left turn off of New Bern onto this stretch, I'm going to move for approval for this street closure.
Second.
Councilor Cox is seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk, it passes unanimously. The next item is street closing 220 Spring Street and East Drive.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This next case is a portions of small unimproved rights of way that are off of Markham Street in Southwest Raleigh. This is actually adjacent, and the green space here is a city-owned park. So if this right-of-way request or closure is approved, the city will have to be a signatory as part of that plat that we talked about in the previous case. But you can see the area's petition to be closed. The portion on the left is referred to as Spring Drive, and this portion is East Drive. It was platted in the 1920s, and you can see where this was originally set up as a neighborhood park over in this area. Development hasn't quite worked out this way. Applicant is working on developing some of the adjacent property. Due to the city's development requirements, an open right-of-way is required to be improved as part of any development plan, and so the applicant is asking for this right-of-way to be closed. Just for everyone's reference, the right-of-way is closed straight down the middle, so half of the property would go to the 3601 property to the north, and the other half would go to the city property at 1422. The applicant does not require this right-of-way for access, and based on that, staff finds that it meets all of the requirements of the comprehensive plan policy.
Thank you. There's no one who has signed up to speak on this issue. So I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Any questions of staff? Can I have a motion then? Counselor Fort?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I make a motion that we approve the street closing in STC 220.
Okay, and do we have a second? Counselor Stewart, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, no, that was approved unanimously. Clerk? The third item is street closing 2020 Barrow Drive, Departure Drive in District B.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a street closure that is at the end of Barrow Drive. This is in northeast Raleigh off of Old Wake Forest Road. There's some old rights-of-way here that are no longer consistent with the city's current comprehensive plan. In fact, you may remember that there was a recent comprehensive plan amendment to work out the alignment and classification of the street extension here. This is part of the Sumner Boulevard loop that's planned around the entirety of the Triangle Town Center. And so the applicant is proposing to abandon a portion of rights-of-way that are no longer needed for that street extension. And again, staff has no concerns, meets the criteria of the comprehensive plan policy on street level. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilor Cox.
Yes, this is in my district. I was wondering if you could go back to the map showing the street extension. So just to be clear, this closure will not affect that street extension. I'll still go through. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And all of that are adjacent to this street closure, all the parcels that are adjacent to this street closure are all under common ownership. So if there's any development of this part of the property, then they'll be required to dedicate and construct that portion of the roadway as part of the property development.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that this item is incorrectly labeled. It is actually in District A. Not that it makes a lot of difference. I don't know of any controversy, and I'd recommend approval.
I'll second that.
Okay, is that a motion?
Madam Mayor, you got to open and close the hearing.
Oh, yes. So one person is signed up, Ms. Bell Maddox. Ms. Maddox, are you okay? I'm going to open the hearing. Are you okay with us moving forward?
Yes, I was going to give you some color on this, but I think Mr. Lamb has done a good job, and I'm willing for you to go forward without me.
Okay, thank you. I will close the hearing. Councilor Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. I move council adopt the resolution ordering the closing with the conditions outlined in the agenda for street closing STC 5/2020.
Second.
Councilor Cox has seconded that. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Clerk, that passes unanimously. We now have rezoning Z7 2020, 1204 East Millbrook Road in District A.
Good afternoon, Bynum Walter, Raleigh City Planning and Development. This is a request to rezone just under 3 acres from R4 to commercial mixed use with a 3-story height limit, parking limited frontage, and a variety of conditions. The request is inconsistent with the future land use map and the 2030 comprehensive plan. Nonetheless, the Planning Commission recommends approval. And this property is located on the west side of the Quail Corners Shopping Center at the southwest intersection of Falls of Neuse and East Millbrook. You can see that there's commercial mixed use already on the shopping center, office mixed use at 2 corners of the intersection, and residential mixed use catty corner to the northeast from the shopping center. And to the west, north, and south of the site, all surrounding residential for zoning. On the next slide. Oh, I get to do it. Sorry, I'm rusty. You can see an aerial view of the site. Again, that low-density residential area to the west of the site, and some commercial and office and residential mixed use at the intersection there. A couple of views of the site from Millbrook Road. And there are pretty extensive conditions here. So they've limited building height. They've limited the maximum gross floor area for the building, and no more than 20,000 square feet of that can be retail sales and restaurant or bar use. Service area location is specified. They've made some specifications about site lighting as well as hours for truck deliveries. They've established a buffer along the boundary with properties to the south, and some particulars about how that would be configured, including a requirement for an 8-foot masonry wall built no less than 50 feet from the adjacent properties. They've prohibited a handful of uses, and if the property were to be developed for residential use, they've limited residential development to 4 units per acre, mimicking what's adjacent in the residential districts. They've made an additional stormwater provision, and so not just the 2 and 10-year storms, but also the 25-year event. Another buffer with a property to the west, limiting hours of operation of retail sales and some other uses, and then also a particular setback from Millbrook Road. And finally, some specifications about the location of any drive-through facility that might be included on the site. So just a quick illustration of the buffering requirements. You can see on the south side that 50-foot buffer area, and then they have also made a 25-foot buffer requirement adjacent to another parcel on Cedarhurst there. The change in entitlement here, the residential density stays the same, but they have, by switching to the commercial mixed-use based districts, they're adding office and retail entitlement, and of course they have limited those specifically to a particular size based on the conditions. Again, inconsistent with the future land use map. Consistent with a number of comprehensive plan policies, but inconsistent with a number of other, which puts the whole thing inconsistent with the plan. If you were to approve this, the future land use map would be amended from the low-density residential designation that's there now to a neighborhood mixed-use designation, which would match what is at the intersection of Falls of Neuse and East Millbrook. So they have selected the commercial mixed-use based districts, but the limits they have put on that district make it very much like the neighborhood mixed-use district. And that is all I have for you. Again, Planning Commission recommends approval, and if you have questions, I'm available to answer those before you open the hearing if you would like.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. We have 2 people who signed up, Michael Birch and Phil Layton. We will set the timer. You have 8 minutes, but I think something quicker, briefer would be much appreciated at this time.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. Michael Birch here, Longleaf Law Partners. On behalf of the applicant, I also have Mr. Layton here with me as well. I do want to say that, Mr. Austin, who developed Quail Corners and Quail Hollow and much of this intersection dating back to the late 60s, has purchased these 2 properties, and is the purpose of this rezoning is to expand in a limited way the Quail Corners Shopping Center. I do want to say we acknowledge that this adjoins residential properties. And so from the very beginning, Mr. Layton met multiple times in large groups, small groups, in folks' kitchens, taking them on rides to look at similar facilities, stormwater facilities. And so we did an extensive amount of work with the immediately adjacent neighbors as well as others in the neighborhood And I just want to also thank Councilor Buffkin, who attended one of those, that initial large meeting, and just encouraged us to continue to work and compromise with our immediately adjacent neighbors. And so the result of all those conversations and meetings is that extensive list of conditions that are before you today. I will note that the Planning Commission in its recommendation found the request to be consistent with the comprehensive plan based on all of those conditions. But even if inconsistent, we think it's reasonable and in the public interest because it provides additional goods, services, restaurant opportunities, and walking distance to the surrounding neighborhoods and along major roads with bus transit access. So myself and Phil are here to answer any questions you may have, provide any additional details, but we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the applicants? Okay, seeing no questions, I'm going to close the hearing. Councilor Buffkin, you had brought this forward. It actually accelerated the hearing. So do you have any comments? Would you like
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief given the hour, although I do have lots to say about this. It's all positive. You know, there's no perfect process, but this is pretty darn close. And I give Mr. Layton and Mr. Birch a lot of the credit for that. They started early. They met often. I think this was the last community meeting that I was able to attend in person this year. And I saw a lot of constructive conversation going on. The neighbors asked me to look into a few related issues that sort of surfaced during the conversation. And I'm grateful that our transportation staff has either already made some changes on Cedarhurst related to parking. There was a conflict with Clearview and a real safety issue with folks parking too close to the shopping center entrance. So we were able to resolve that. We weren't, our friends at NCDOT weren't quite as flexible on the intersection with Cedarhurst and Falls, but that is another area we paid a lot of attention to. But this was a really productive and constructive process, and I'm going to recommend approval, members of council, and I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have it.
Okay, if you would like to read the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 15, 2020, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the 2030 comprehensive plan and the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, clerk, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Michael, and for sticking this out with us. I know it's been a long day. So we are now going to move on to the report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee. Councilor Melton.
No report. Our next meeting is Tuesday, September 22nd, 1:30 p.m. It'll be a virtual meeting, and we will be meeting virtually with our local economic development partners to discuss mission, goals, and projects.
Okay, thank you. Next is the report and recommendation of the Growth and Natural Resources Committee.
Great. We have no report. Our next meeting is on September 22nd at 4 p.m. We are going to be covering two items, the residential permitting processing, item 1904, and item 1906, the strategic plan review, in hopes of quickly passing the Growth and Natural Resources key focus area back to full council.
Okay, thank you very much. Report and recommendation of the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. We will not be holding a meeting this month, and we have the updates for the strategic plan that we had reported out of council. So I think everybody just be prepared to review those, and we'll discuss that next time this issue comes to us. Report and recommendation of the Transportation Transit Committee.
No report. We will be meeting September the 24th at 3 p.m. virtually. We will be discussing the TOD as well as we are able to get the item that was just last referred, the NTMP information. So I ask council members to please review that and get any questions for those not on the committee to me ahead of the meeting.
Thank you. And you should take one for the team today. What did we give you? 4 items? Refer 3 or 4?
Service is what I pay.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have the report from the mayor and city council. I'm going to start with Councilor Knight.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be quick. Given the time, I do not have any report. Thank you, and feels like fall out there, and I'm ready for it. Bye.
Councilor Cox.
I have no report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Melton.
No report. Thank you.
Councilor Stewart. I know you have a report.
I have a report. You know, we've been talking a lot about stormwater today, as well as the past few weeks. And so I've got some comments and a motion, if folks will bear with me. I know it's late, but I think this is a really important item that will kind of help frame our work moving forward on this issue. So given the stormwater impacts we are seeing from the many high-intensity storms this summer, and given the high number of tropical storms and hurricanes the Atlantic Ocean is experiencing this year, the stormwater challenges facing our community continue to grow. It's becoming imperative that we adapt to our changing climate. It's logical that most people pay attention to stormwater when we have major flooding events like the one we had 2 weeks ago, or when new development is proposed near them. But if we only try to solve for stormwater runoff during these instances, then we only address one small area at a time rather than solving for the whole city. Development pressure, including infill, redevelopment, and new growth, is straining our system, especially in areas that have aging and insufficiently sized stormwater infrastructure. Homes and businesses that were allowed to develop in flood-prone areas under previous regulations are becoming more at risk than ever. And often those residents most impacted by flooding are those who are the most vulnerable and ultimately face difficulty in recovering. Our streams and lakes, many of them privately owned, are being impacted by erosion and sedimentation, which degrade both water quality and aquatic habitat. But let me be crystal clear. We have a housing shortage in our community, and addressing this shortage is a priority for our city council. And that solution will require us to build an abundance of diverse housing options throughout the city. It will require new development. And we know that stormwater runoff, a direct result of development, is one of the biggest polluters of our streams and rivers and threatens people's lives and property. These two truths exist at the same time. And I believe that this council can address both of these challenges through solutions focused on climate adaptation. We are making positive progress. So just today we took action to update the city's flood-prone area regulations. We're implementing green stormwater infrastructure, and we're improving our asset management processes and increase the funds to do so. But we can and must do more. So as such, I move that the City Council ask staff to holistically consider the stormwater challenges that our community is facing and to bring back to us at an upcoming work session a vision for how we can take our stormwater program to the next level. This vision should include ideas for City Council consideration, including both policy changes and areas of program expansion to improve the level of service that our stormwater program is providing. These options must consider social equity and environmental justice so that all in our community benefit from this new stormwater vision.
Hey, Councilor Branch.
I definitely want to second that motion, but also add that we have soil and water commissioners. If there's some information they have that staff can pull that and we can utilize that holistically. You know, Raleigh makes up 64% of Wake County, roughly. So I think information they have could be useful.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Stewart. I think that's it's critically important, and thank you for your leadership on that.
Thanks so much for y'all bearing with me. I know it's late. Thank you.
Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, in my report today, I wish to acknowledge and celebrate the upcoming holy holidays of the Jewish faith. I'm proud to say we have several synagogues in District A, and I'd like to briefly share some of the conversation I recently had in a meeting with members of the Jewish Community Relations Council. The Jewish Community Relations Council is part of the Jewish Federation of Raleigh Cary, and this organization serves as an information source to the broader community and works to educate and inform on a wide array of Jewish issues, ranging from Israel and fighting anti-Semitism, which we all know still plagues our society. On the evening of Friday, September 18th, begins the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, marking the start of the most holy period in the Jewish calendar, which concludes with Yom Kippur on the evening of September 27, which is a full day of fasting and prayer. This year is year 5781, according to the Hebrew calendar. So I'd like to wish all our Jewish friends and neighbors a very happy and healthy New Year and an easy fast. I think the Jewish Community Relations Council has been in touch with other members of the council, and I'd encourage you to make the connection with them. I'm confident you'll find it to be a constructive and positive conversation as we work to build a more inclusive city. And in that spirit, members of council, the town hall meeting that I previously announced for Monday, September 28th has been rescheduled for Tuesday, September 29 at 7 p.m. in observance of and to avoid the conflict with the Yom Kippur holiday at the time when our Jewish neighbors will be breaking their fast and celebrating with their families. So again, that town hall meeting will be on Tuesday evening, September 29 at 7 p.m. It'll be held by Zoom, and all are welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to say thank you to all the staff for all the hard work that they've been doing over the last couple of weeks. I know it's a lot kind of catching us back up to speed after the break. So I appreciate everything that they've been doing. And I also want to thank Councilmember Stewart for the request as it relates to stormwater. There seems to be a number of issues in District D, so I appreciate her making that motion for us to be able to give some consideration to that. And I did have a quick request of staff, if at all possible. Appreciated the report from the park staff today and wanted to know if I could get some more detailed information about what's planned for the Method Road Community Center, just because I've had some constituents who've asked a number of questions about the HVAC system and some other needed improvements. So if staff could get me something on that, I greatly appreciate it. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilor Branch.
Thank you. I will be having a virtual meeting September the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. All the information will be going out shortly this week. And that is all I have.
Thank you. I have two items. One, I got a review of the Triangle Bikeway this week, yesterday. It's actually really interesting. I would like staff to consider a work session on this topic and have them, meet with us virtually and kind of inform us as to what is going on and how that is proceeding. So it's the Triangle Bikeway project. Second, I just wanted to acknowledge Bank of America. They're making a donation of 100,000 masks to Wake Med and the county. And well, it's a program we are jointly involved with the county, Wake Med, and the city. They are focused on our most vulnerable communities with emphasis on the 27610 zip code. Originally, when this came forward, Virginia Parker, who initiated this within Bank of America, had asked for 50,000 masks. And the committee who looked at this decided to double the number based on how impressed they were with the work that this group was doing. So I just want to say thank you for that. This is badly needed and very much appreciated. So with that, we will now go to appointments. Clerk, you're muted.
Now, Appearance Commission. I just can't get it.
I'm just going to have it set up when it's appointments. It's just going to be me saying, Clerk, you're muted.
You're a good woman. Appearance Commission, 1 vacancy. Carter Kennemer received 5 votes, so would be appointed. Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, you have 2 vacancies.
Gail, excuse me. I had a nomination I was making, and I announced it at the last meeting. I had a nomination I was making today.
Okay. All right. So,
considering the lack of diversity on this board, I had brought this up last time and said had checked in, I was going to be making a nomination, and that I would bring that forward. The person I'm nominating is Patrice Gilmore, who lives in the ETJ, which is also one of the suggestions that were made regarding an appointment. So I'm going to ask that this be held. I did announce it at the last meeting. I just want to be clear on that. And so I would like for this to be held till our next meeting.
okay, and I do remember you saying that you had someone you wanted to nominate. So it will be on the Appearance Commission will be on the next agenda with the 2 candidates listed. Okay, Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, you have 2 vacancies. Rashawn King received 7 votes. Dean Raines received 2 votes. Christina Jones received 5 votes. Malay Patel received 2 votes. So Rashawn King and Christina Jones would be appointed. And you have a full slate on Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have the evidentiary hearing follow-up, subdivision SUB 0054 2019 at 542 East Jones Street. You may recall that we had a evidentiary hearing at our last meeting, and we're here today to approve the findings of fact and conclusion of law is included in the agenda materials. City Attorney, do you have anything you would like to add?
No, well done.
Okay. Council Melton?
I move to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as included in the agenda materials.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, Councilor Fort? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the City Clerk.
You did receive in your agenda packet minutes of the September 1 regular session and the September 8 work session.
Move for approval of minutes.
Councilor Stewart has seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk passes unanimously. Now I have a motion to enter into closed session. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-10A and 11 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged and confidential pursuant to the laws of North Carolina or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, and GS 143-318-11A4 to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered to entities considering such expansion. Do I have a second? Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Nope. Passage unanimously, clerk. We will now go into closed session. We're back from closed session. We provided staff direction on the items that were discussed in closed session. Thank you. I will now adjourn the meeting. Good night, everyone.